I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
Hello Overclockers, and welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's APIC when you need him?
Hey guys, and welcome to the last day of EPIC36. My name is Freddy or Grimmy Runner. I'm once again joined by the magical and wonderful B-Dog or Brandon. We've got the consolidation final on our hands today. AVA, definitely a black horse in this event. No one expected them to get this far. Up against Blackhand, one of the favourites, and most definitely should be getting into the finals. But Brandon, I'm excited to see if that might be a little bit different.
Yeah, look, it's going to be an interesting one. I think on paper, just coming into this, I think you're completely right. AVA really overlooks, not really expected to do too much. They're playing with two players that really haven't touched the game in quite a while, don't really play Counter-Strike anymore. So the fact that they're here, top 3 placing at the very minimum, that is, well, a great feat within itself. Blackhand, the favourites coming into the tournament. We've kind of been saying that all weekend, really. 100%. And after they lost, well, the 24.8 average in the first game, we all thought, hang on, this can't really be real. But look, they battled down through the lower bracket. They made out of groups in the first instance, and then battled back after losing to Emps Kids, who have got one of those final spots. And this game, it will decide which one of them will meet them in that grand final.
Yeah, I know for sure Blackhand will be looking for revenge, because one of the main reasons why Emps Kids even attended this event was primarily to beat Blackhand.
Yeah.
They came here with the main goal to defeat Blackhand and Temperate. They've done both of those already. They've got themselves quite easily without dropping a map so far in the playoffs into the grand finals. And honestly, they'll be looking to do the exact same thing today, regardless of who they play. I think from their perspective, they're definitely preparing for Blackhand. Yeah. 100%. I think most undoubtedly right now, looking at the veto as well, we've got Dust 2, Overpass and Nuke. This is going to favour Blackhand. They were planning for 3 maps as well, if it ever got there. I was just there when they were doing the vetoes, and like Fraser instantly knew there was going to be Nuke. Like he planned it to get to that map. So worst comes to worst, if we get to that stage, they're going to be sitting comfortably. And also, especially because it's very early, some of these players have had quite a late night. I'm interested to see who performs today. I'm interested to see, it's a very early game. A lot of these players have probably never played an official this early on, and it's going to be very interesting to see mentally who's going to be able to stand up today.
Yeah, look, it's going to be interesting. You're talking about the veto. I want to touch on it a little bit more. AVA, it felt like teams where we were saying that they just were really underdogs, they really weren't paying attention to AVA. It meant that they could just pick Inferno, and notably, that's their best map. Blackhand, they play all 7, so what do? They immediately permaban Inferno. See you later, out of the equation. AVA, their best map, not even in this best of 3.
Well, yeah, instantly they took that out, and then they went primarily straight to pick Dust 2. They saw how dominant Emps Kids were against AVA yesterday on that map, so they'll definitely be looking to just basically replicate what Emps Kids did to AVA in map 1. And then Overpass as well, it's a map that Blackhand do play. They're comfortable on it. They're not like, they're going to be playing this, they're happy. And especially if they go off the dominant win on Dust 2, I think Overpass will just fall into somewhat of the of a similar fashion.
Yeah, I think so. And then you did touch on it. If we do get to Nuke, Blackhand, they do play this one a lot.
They're prepared for it.
They have prepared for it, but also they played it quite a lot all over this weekend, I think. So on paper, I can see it going Blackhand's way. AVA, a very impressive run, but for me personally, I don't think it goes any further than this.
Yes, I think unfortunately this will probably be where it comes to an end. Looking over at the players, undoubtedly it will have to be Azuru to step up. He's probably one of the most individually talented, mechanically wise players at this event. Yeah. And even against Blackhand, he's played against higher tier opponents and will be looking to just do the exact same. But Brandon, it looks like we are getting into this one. Pistol round will be commencing. AVA starting on the CT side, Blackhand starting on the T side. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the consolidation final of EPIC36.
Let's get into it then. Blackhand starting on this T side, going to rush up towards long. But look at this, AVA, they're pushing towards middle. Oh, okay. That's a great early kill, and immediately, man advantage for AVA.
That's huge. He's already got the confidence to take duels like that, and that's like Emps Kids was saying, that they actually have the confidence to take duels people have not, and now the retake will commence with their advantage. There is no kit, actually, it's just complete 5 armor, so they're going to have to try and do this in a speedy manner. Look at EMV Brandon, though. Look at him. He's going to be the X-Factor here coming from long.
Potentially could be, however, Fraser has turned on a dime. This battle is so important that EMV wins it out, but Jayos there, he's found a couple of multi-kills, make it potentially a third. In fact, it's all on to him. He needs the full house, but Euphoria will silence him. AVA, you did allude to it, no kit on the board, but they retake with numbers and overwhelm Blackhand on the retake.
Very, very nice indeed. Blackhand already onto a deficit. The bomb did go down. That's the extra $800 into their pocket. So for their perspective, they're definitely going to be buying back into this one, I think.
Yeah, you can see it. Galil's, an AK for Jayos there as well. Fraser just going to be wielding the Scout. Quite a healthy buy for AVA as well. This battle in towards middle could be quite potentially dangerous. Timo's leading the charge out long once again for Blackhand.
Oh, I mean, they use zero utility on the base actually because they have zero. Like, they literally have nothing. They've just elected to buy an AK, 3 Galils, and a Scout. They're throwing everything at the wall, see if it hits. Konzi close to this UMP will not be able to find anything. Zulu as well is finding success. Mephoria, though, at long range, is going to put it back into a 2v2. And Azuru, who's actually dropped the bomb. Timo will collect this. And now it's Fraser and Timo up against EMV and Azuru. Still, no kit as well for CT. They have got utility. They've got the advantage. Fraser gets a tag on EMV, leaving Timo in this 1v2.
Flashbang comes in, and a second one as well. This is a good off angle, though. Timo gets the first, but immediately traded out. Good trade spacing by EMV, and AVA are just going to collect consecutive rounds in a row. They survive the force buy.
I mean, Blackhand will probably actually invest back into this one as well, especially considering that EMV is the only remaining player for AVA. Blackhand, the money is pretty much exactly the same on both sides. Timo as well's got 4.4k. Like, he's got more money than AVA right now.
Yep, you can see it. He's dropped over a weapon as well. So, yeah, the investment will come in. These consecutive bomb plants, they've been the difference maker. It allows these buys to continually be purchased for Blackhand. And it might just be rinse and repeat. You can already see it. Barreling out towards long. They want to isolate Mephoria. Good utility. It's going to separate the T's, but he's just fully blind. Azul will burn one alive as well and actually pick up the M4.
Yeah, probably Mephoria could have got one there, I feel like. He's been playing really well this whole LAN. I think people have been sleeping on him quite a bit, and he's definitely turned some heads. He's already started off with a bang in this series, but it's good with that counter utility. They threw one in towards doors, one in towards the blue box, and with their spam, they were able to contribute a frag and a fair bit of damage onto Zulu. Now, Blackhand, they actually have utility, whereas they didn't have last round. They will place pretty much everything down now. One utility remaining. Oh, actually, no, it's just gone because Zulu, he had it in his hand. But now, the advantage snapped right back to even Stevens. AVA, they are collecting themselves around this A bomb site though.
Look at the flank. I was trying to work his way up. He's to creep in, but Dexter will win out the gunfight. It's crucial, but now EMV has got a job on his hands. 1 versus 3, even gets dinked out, and Timo will claim it. Blackhand, at the third time of asking, will finally convert one of these afterplant situations.
They've also broken the economy of AVA. They're on double eco here. They're going to have to force into it. It's Deagles, upgraded pistols, and a scout across the board. Blackhand keeping 2 players alive. It's looking good for them right now.
Yeah, it's not too bad. They're going to actually just switch up the tempo. You can see what AVA, they're predicting this. They're going towards long, but in fact, Blackhand, they want B.
This is very nice. Blackhand have just been committing all towards long early on, and as soon as AVA see this, and as soon as Konzi is actually aggressing and seeing they're rotating over towards the B bomb site, no one is here momentarily. EMV is the closest, but the rotations, they are so close. The problem is the rifles feeling like they are going to reign supreme, but EMV, one of the aforementioned players, that doesn't even play this game anymore, he's starting to look pretty tasty, isn't he, Brandon?
Yeah, it's looking quite good as Zuwu. Just trying to extend with the CZ. He's quite prolific on it, and you can see why. Fraser removed from the equation. Rest of the Blackhand members now try and get into these crossfires, try and work it out. Low HP on a couple of these players as well.
They've got so many flashbangs. Will they use them? That's a good one in towards tunnels. And it's going to enable Jostair to peek out, and he even gets 3. He wins the 1v1, 27 HP, and Blackhand, they clutch it up once again. These rounds have been so close. What a good start to this second last series of the whole game tournament.
You're right as well, especially considering that AVA, they had pushed long. They've only got these upgraded pistols, but they're still trying to make it work. Utility was just a little bit too much there. It was a perfect flash to set up that peak for the tunnels, and now AVA going to barrel down mid.
I don't think that flashbang, like, did it even hit anyone? Also, Timo's about to go 4K. Timo just held the same angle and kept on tapping, and they walked into him. Fair play, he's got 10 kills, actually, because that's one player on backhand you do not expect to be going positive, to be honest. And that's not even a flame. His role in the team is not to frag out, and he does struggle in that apartment. He brings an aura of professionalism that isn't really there in a lot of these UK teams. And what we're talking about that, it's actually going to be B-Rush. EMV, he hears them going through the Molotov. He's sitting in the smoke. He's having support from Azuru. This is perfect. Azuru, who's baited him in amazingly. Brandon, he's trigger discipline. He's holding up. He gets flashbanged by his team, actually. Again, he gets flashbanged. EMV will line them up too now. He drops the bomb. He knows one more is here. Timo will spam him, but Azuru will once again come to his rescue and actually die in the Molotov.
That was complete chaos. EMV, he's literally just won that round for them just by staying in that smoke, staying alive. Even being team flash, though, it just further sells the fake. Blackhand, they can't do anything about that one. EMV, he's looking really scary right now. 8-4. He's not a player you expect to be topping the scoreboard for AVA.
I mean, him and Konzi especially have definitely impressed me a wee bit just because they've held their own, and in some cases, they've actually been the reason why they have won some of their maps. And now Blackhand, they have got a full buy once again. Dexter does have his AWP out, 4 AKs. And I think Blackhand, even though they lost that last one, they'll still definitely. It was more of a bonus one as well, because they still have money regardless.
It's true.
Does that not do any damage? Oh, I thought Just Air would have been tagged down a little bit by that, actually. Oh, it's perfect Molly, actually. Oh, Brandon, that's amazing. The utility is superb from Blackhand. The AVA 2-man mid-door setup will get isolated, and Just Air's just been smoked by his teammate. And now he's been utility. We've literally seen 2 kills pretty much come from utility now.
Yeah, it's pretty good. 4 versus 4, even playing field here in round number 7. Blackhand, though, they found a little bit of a gap where they were prioritising mid. AVA have sent their forces over towards short and middle to try and reinforce it, and that leaves a space up towards long. Euphoria, it's now his task to try and shut down this attack.
He has a fair bit of utility as well in this position. He can drop a smoke to his right and play around this a lot, but yeah, he's so isolated. Look at this. Konzi's taking aggression towards B, but it's just a little bit too late. As soon as they start hearing this XU come in, Euphoria is going to be calling it over. Does he reveal himself, Brandon? What does he do here?
Needs to tuck in. Just needs to wait. The more time he buys here, the more his position's going to go unchecked. Bomb plant in, then there he strikes. Timo is removed. He's trying to get even more. The rotations are here as well for support. Really well played. 4 versus 2, trying to work it out. Only 6 bullets left, and in fact, doesn't even matter. Transitioning over to that UMP. Dexter's trying to do it all, but unfortunately for him, the USP of Euphoria will prevail, and AVA will defuse the bomb.
I mean, what a round from Mo there. He was in such an awkward position. Because it's one of those things where it's like, as a player, you're sitting there, you're like, are they looking for me? I think as soon as the Molotov went down short, and it went down to stop the aggression, I think he was like, yeah, I've got this.
It's a twofold as well, because by staying in that position for those couple of seconds, it means that he can't go 1-for-1 because the rotations are that little bit closer as well. So, good opportunity for him and AVA to succeed. Dexter trying to throw pace at this with this Mac-10, trying to get out towards long. He wasn't spotted at all. This goes completely unchecked. Fraser will actually deliver the kill. Oh,
yeah, okay. I was going to say, he doesn't actually do much, but I thought Mo saw him jump into the pit, but no. Mo's in, again, a very uncomfortable position. They are spamming him. They seem to have an idea where he is. Molotov will land just in front of him, so we can actually play around this. I know he's actually going to get smoked. I don't know why you can see. I don't know why Konzi smoked that for him, I'll be honest.
Maybe you could jump over and get a bit of a one-way, perhaps. That's the only reason I can think of.
Yeah, I think that that was a bit of a strange one, but look at from Blackhand. They've got the man advantage. They don't actually have much utility left. Dexter's got one of the 2 smokes. He's still over towards a bomb site. He'll use one, and now they're going over towards this B bomb site where only Azuru is here to greet them.
So clever, because EMV's flanking long. And look at the rotation. They've read this one completely wrong. Azuru's going to have to go nuclear.
He's going to have to. I mean, he has to do more than nuclear. This nade will do a little bit of damage if he didn't throw it in front of him. However, EMV getting that instant frag onto Dexter will put it back into a 4v4. There's kits across the board. There's utility that will help and complement AVA, and that's something that Blackhand don't have the luxury of.
Yeah, you're right. As soon as this smoke dissipates, that's it for Blackhand. They need to rely on the crossfires and their gun work. Flashbangs can be lined up. Difficult retake as well. But look at the flank. Look at Fraser. He's on the flank.
No one's checking. No one's looking for him. No, he's got one. He's actually just... I mean, it doesn't even need actually because Zulu's got 2 kills. Justez helped him. So Fraser was just complementing that. Didn't even need to be there.
Yeah, it's just the last line of defense. He's the fallback plan in case some of the site members get overrun. He can come in from the back lines and potentially shut that one down. So Blackhand have got plan, and they have a backup plan, leaving nothing to chance. Scoreline even once again. We're all tied up.
Yeah, that was a really ropey buy for them as well. Like, I was watching it, I was like, they actually could. That last round, they're in a position where I was like, okay, do they buy, do they not? If they'd lost that, they would have been, again, in a very weird position. But, well, that's a story that we don't know. And AVA... a bit wild, I feel like, with some of their positioning and rotation. Like Azu, he one smoke on the cross forced him over when there's 3 people long already.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I think
I understand kind of why, because Blackhand, when they commit to somewhere so far, they've been committing.
Yep.
So I think Azuru sees that and he just goes, oh yeah, they're A and they're long.
Retake,
But then the problem is that like AVA, like they're literally seeing that no one's there.
I think as well you've got that EMV flanking. I feel like with that Azuru definitely could have just been a bit more of an anchor. Doesn't matter, USPs are in, EMV will strike with one, but it should be a relatively easy round for Blackhand, just cleaning it up on the pistols. That's exactly what happens. Only one player loses their life, not too bad overall because they've got the money just to rebuy anyway.
Yeah, it's good to see as well. At the beginning of the game, Timo was the one that he got a lot of those opening frags, and now everyone else around him is starting to kind of compliment him. Konzi, though, he's a player I think he's literally the one player in the server right now that isn't performing.
Yep, definitely not needed, but he will be on this AWP at the very least as his preferred weapon. Scoping on in, down towards top middle, and in fact, he's going to get eliminated, but L might go unchecked here. Never mind, I'm completely wrong. Jay Auster will take his life, 2-man advantage for the T's.
And yeah, they're going to take that with open arms, now accelerate over towards this A bomb site where like no one's even remotely close.
No, not at all. And for AVA, you consider the finances, you consider the amount that they've got coming into this. A couple of M4s, they've got a little piece of utility. They've got the body armor. They need to really save this one. Just 100%. For the longevity of the half, right? You just need to have what you hold and retain these rifles.
I was going to say, it probably would be a little bit too bold to try and gather that AWP from Konzi, but as I was saying, Konzi, you know, him doing badly, if he was a rifler, okay, potentially not the end of the world. But the fact, especially, if you look at the map vetoes, we've got Dust, which is most definitely one of the most AWP-heavy maps, and it's so, like, you see AWPs run riot, you see AWPs, this is their playground. We haven't quite seen that from Dexter, to be honest, either. Yet, but we've seen it like, a little bit more from Dexter. And Konzi, he was so good yesterday against Emp's kids in their Inferno game because he was so confident he was hitting all his shots. We're not seeing that. Overpass, T side, you don't really tend to see AWPers too much, but especially on that CT side, it's an AWPer paradise. And if we don't have Konzi performing, that's going to be really worrying for AVA because he is a big win factor. Well, he's wielding the most expensive weapon.
For sure. I feel like Blackhand are being so aggressive and decisive early stages, just trying to take away this map control. There is a player just sat in the smoke though over towards long. Oh, he's only got a deagle, but he could play spoiler. I
think here he needs to get some support from his teammates. There are no flashbangs, and you can see, okay, Konzi playing with fire a little bit.
Hello.
And he will just reveal himself as that smoke fades. There's a tick of damage onto Timo, one onto Jostair, but nothing really too much. Jostair, or Konzi, he will finally do something in this round. He will drop the bomb actually, and look at where Mephoria is. They're so focused at CT and the bomb. They weren't checking for Mephoria momentarily, but that Molotov actually will land right on him. He pushes ahead of it. He lines them up. He sprays, but Dexter with a quick flick onto him, and still Blackhand. They maintain this advantage.
No utility either. It's going to have to be a dry swing in for EMV and Azuru, but not to be. Heads taken clean off the shoulders. Blackhand starting to pull away a little bit.
That was such a hard round for Mephoria there because he was in a position where I was like, grand, and then as soon as he's about to reveal himself and initiate contact, he gets Molotov. So he has to push ahead of that, and he has to then kind of do like a bit of a wild spray. The fact he even gets one there, I was a bit impressed with, but also what a shot from Dexter.
Yeah.
Like, that was actually crisp. And also look at this EMV AWPing, not something we've seen so far, but wait, Azuru is literally in the middle of like no man's land. He's gone and just got to pick top mid, and on the base of that as well, I think Mephoria got one over towards long. Blackhand, how within 10 seconds they've already lost the round, it feels like.
Just feels like AVA are playing with a little bit more nothing to lose in this round. Azuru just feels like he can just do no wrong, and he just kills them all in towards middle. See you later. Thought about even picking up a third AWP, which would have been dangerous.
Oh my god. One thing that I have been noticing a little bit with AVA is like, would you agree if all got ADHD right now? Like, they are holding W everywhere. No one's standing still. Everyone is mobile. Everyone is transitioning around. Like, Azuru, his heat map kills must be everywhere.
I like it though, because you're just trying to disrupt and just prevent Blackhand from really executing.
So unpredictable.
Yeah, exactly that.
Also, look at Timo's. I think he's got to get flanked on.
Oh, if he just sits here though, EMV, he's going to give away his audio.
That's actually huge now.
Oh.
If he got a second there, that would have been ridiculous. But look at this now. 3v3 just there. Spams Mephoria through the smoke. Fraser's on 2 HP. He's got to be careful he doesn't get ticked by one of these Molotovs. And that's a Molotov that could have done a lot of damage, but it will not. Azuru going to get boosted onto this bomb site, jumping onto Konzi's head. As soon as that bomb gets ticked, you've got one player Goose, one player Long, and one default. Azuru will catch one player off guard. Fraser, though, even though he's got 2 HP, he is still going to be vital. Konzi in this 1v2. He won't be able to capitalize on this low HP, but he does know that, so he will pull out his USP momentarily. Doesn't get it out the shot, and now a 1v1 versus Zulu. Picks up the A1S, has to reload it. He does have a kit, he does have a smoke. Zulu playing, repositioning a little bit. This is so good from Zulu. Zulu is creeping up ramp, and I do not think Konzi realizes this. The bomb will be stocked. Konzi, he has a kit. Zulu sprays a smoke, hits him, and he will find the frag. Black Hand, they reach 8 rounds.
Yep. They went out the half, but now the next question is by what margin can they extend this lead? AVA, they do bounce back with 1 round, and it just felt like they just really wanted to push and just take the issue to Black Hand, take the fights, try and catch them off guard. It works with Azuru pushing down in towards middle, but that was it. Apart from that,
it was a 3v5.
The last streak as well, though, has all been Black Hand, and now Fraser finding another kill onto Konzi. It almost feels like they might be targeting him here.
I mean, he's at least been stepping up in these last 2 rounds. But the fact that was a 3v5, there was no way you should be losing that. And here they still have somewhat of an inkling into this round. EMV is alone on this B bomb side though. That's the only problem. He's glaving the smoke once again. Jostair is in front of him. This duel is going to be so important, and Jostair wins it out. It's a bit unfortunate. EMV is only 1 HP, but look how close Azuru is. All the sound cues though, yes, just a little bit too ahead of himself. And Jostair will just decapitate him before he left in a 1v3. Just looking to save the AWP, I think.
Yep, definitely needs to hold on to it. Interesting to see if they will put it in Konzi's hands or send it elsewhere, because I think he's only maybe had 1 kill total with the sniper so far.
I think EMV's had more kills with the AWP.
Yeah, I think he has. So it'd be interesting to see where that one ends up on the side of AVA. But Black Hand, they're being just a lot more direct. They're not really setting up these elaborate executes that a team such as themselves, we know that they have in their pocket. They're more just playing on contact and playing on feeling and trying to be that little bit more unpredictable against AVA.
I mean, it was something that I mentioned with the EMPS Kids games yesterday, was because the way they were playing Dust 2 at the beginning of that, or the beginning of that game, it just felt like 2018, 2019 Dust 2 of just you move as a pact, you go as a group, you kill as a group. And that's exactly what Black Hand are doing. They just move everywhere as a minimum of 3, and they just trade out effectively.
Well, okay, definitely needs to trade now. Mephoria will find a kill, just aggressing up towards Long, but meanwhile, the battle will take place in towards middle.
Double smoke in the same position. That's huge though, Brian, as well, because they can't be able, they can't afford just waste utility like that.
They can't, but EMV and the tunnels joined with Konzi as well. They're pushing tunnels with an AWP.
This is where Konzi has to step up now. He does get that first frag. He's also baiting in for EMV because they don't know he's there. Mo boosted up here. He sees that the other player will be going underpass, and I think he understands that that Zulu is going to be planting the bomb. Dexter, though, he does get 1 frag, but quickly traded out, and Konzi, a leg onto Zulu, will neutralize him, and AVA, they reach 6 rounds. It's on 6 rounds on the CT side, though. I'm not sure that's a win, Brandon.
I'm not sure either, but look, we'll count that leg shot as a Konzi kill, just for this narrative, because he got 3 in that round. You said he needed to step up. By being just so unpredictable in that tunnel's position, being supported by EMV, where he pushes through, he can only worry about the bomb site. And it just works out so well, able to hold it down and get it all sorted. And I think, look, 6 rounds, you're saying it's a bit of an L. And I kind of agree with you, but the nature of that game, the nature of where Black Hand were really pushing them away, 6 rounds, I'm not being funny, you take it.
Yeah, sorry, the reason why I'm giggling is because we have the console was opened up and we could see the chat, and that's one thing why I love UKCS, that people are trash talking. But Brandon, going into this one very fast, AVA, they're doing what Black Hand did to them, straight away bombarding on towards the bomb site. Look at this boost indeed. I don't think it's been, do they realise there's even a boost? Azuru though just doesn't care, he absolutely just destroys Jostair, and now 4v4, but Azuru, he's got that P250 and he's looking dangerous.
EMV trying to get up close and personal with the Glock. Flashbang will rain in for Black Hand, and the second one as well, doesn't matter. The kills are falling thick and fast for AVA, and Fraser's the only one who's going to try and stop this now. 1 versus 3 looks a little bit difficult, and the P250 will close out the round.
I mean, that was a round that AVA had to win, and they did. So this is definitely looking good for the future. This is definitely going to make this half a lot closer. I feel like this is the round now where it's going to come down to it. Blackhand, they have forced into this one. If AVA win this, they'll be on 8. They'll be guaranteed a 9th from the eco, and will be even Stevens. And then that first gun round as well will be dictating a lot to see what we're going to see in AVA. I mean, almost replicating Blackhand.
Just being aggressive out towards long. 3 players here for Blackhand in the interim. Molotov on the car, nobody's home. Timo with that hand cannon might peer his way in, try and get a kill in towards Pit, but thinks better of it. Just wants to regroup. Numbers game, trying to overwhelm the bomb site for AVA. Blackhand need reinforcements of their own.
Yeah, they've actually only really got 2 players here as well. Zulu's very pushed down.
Oh.
He's pushed down short. He's only got an MP9, so he will be coming to help his teammate now. Fraser rotating in through CT as well. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath, 4v4 momentarily. Well, Joster isn't... I think Zulu... Yeah. Joster hasn't rotated just yet, but a lot of tagging going both ways, and now Joster will rotate in. The frag is going back and forth. The bomb is... Wait, where is the bomb? Is it on the bomb site? Yeah, so at least it's still on the bomb site. It's retrievable. That's really huge for Blackhand. It's right in front of the boost. They're going to deny it as possible, and now a 2v3 AVA. Oh, Mephoria, he clutches it up into a 1v1. Him against Dexter. That's a nice little re-aggression. He still hasn't... Wait, the bomb's on the box. He's going to be so sad. He's going to be so scared to gather that. But look at this rotation from Dexter. He's repositioned towards long, and I'm not sure if Mo's going to realise that, Brandon.
Scoping in.
Oh,
but he misses the headshot. Mephoria will win out the clutch. AVA, their T side is absolutely potent right now. Consecutive rounds, and whilst it looks so scrappy, that was all on Mo.
Yeah, that whole round, it all came down to when he aggressed in towards CT there, and he caught the players boosting up. It was a 3v2 in favour of Blackhand. He gets those 2 kills, and it puts it back into a 1v1, so I think Dexter got a kill as well, as soon as that happened. But one thing I want to say, Bran, as well, didn't AVA lost all their pistol rounds against Blackhand, against Emp's Kids right yesterday? They've won both of them so far.
Yeah, they definitely
so that's a very good change.
They lost both pistols on Dust 2, and they lost both of them on Ancient as well, I do believe. So yeah, it's good, because it just means that it gives you a little bit more security just going forward, especially winning against the 4 spies, because it now just means that Blackhand are on these USPs. This is potentially a freebie, or it really should be at the very least. Molotov ticking on down, gives up Zulu's position. Joster gets a kill with the USP somehow, but the rest of it is just cleaned up in the end. AVA tie up the scoreline as well.
To be fair though, Brandon, I was saying that they won both pistols, now it's 9-9. Like, if you're winning both pistols and you're struggling, that's not ideal.
Well, it was 9-6, so they win the pistol and they're now tied up the scoreline. So it's not too bad overall. Double up immediately for Blackhand, though. That's a really heavy investment. That's
a really, really heavy investment, and long will be the point of contact. Oh, it's going to be a lot of initiation here from Timo. Mephoria as well, stepping up once again, but EMV tried his best there, and Blackhand, it looks like they will be the ones coming out as the successes from that early interaction. But look at this, though, in middle. Fraser and Earl could be butting heads very soon.
Standoff in towards middle. Smoke being thrown by Azuru to try and support this cross, try and get L out of dodge. But in fact, it's going to take the fight straight to Fraser, but the sniper wins out in both engagements. Blackhand, well, they reclaim the lead back, and the double investment of the AWP were a bit sceptical, but it does pay off.
And also the money of AVA is now broken. I really like what Earl was trying to do there, because he hears the Molotov being pulled and thrown, and he tries to swing, but he was just like a second or 2 late. He had to be a little bit quicker on that one, and a little bit unfortunate, but Blackhand, they're the first team to hit double digits, and I think especially with the fact they've just broken the money of AVA, is going to put them in somewhat of a driving seat going into the later stages of their map pick. Wait, the B bomb, wait, is the bomb, yeah, the bomb.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure. I'm going to be honest, Freddie.
How's that happen?
I don't know. Completely left open. AVA found a little bit of a gap, and best case scenario right now is that they got the bomb down. They did exactly that. Konzi's now trying to flank in towards middle. But yeah, the kills are just going to come in. It's going to be a clean-up job. Dexter even spins around and eliminates that mid-threat with the pistol. So, look, all things considered, not too bad for AVA because they just get a free bomb plant.
Yeah, and talking about all things considered, AVA already getting 9 rounds and keeping it this competitive against potentially one of the best teams in the UK when you're playing with 2 players who don't play the game. And Fraser was saying before this event that he considers his team to be the 3rd best team behind Endpoint and Into the Breach. They're not playing like that right now whatsoever. Not even close. Nowhere near.
No. Need to steady the ship. Need to tighten that one up as well. Euphoria taking a lot of damage early through the long Molotov. AVA, though, they've got their players out towards this position. It's the map control they so desire. And immediately off the back of getting it, they're going to rotate in and try and take mid.
Also, though, maybe, like I was talking with Emp about as well, sometimes it's not necessarily that Blackhand are playing bad. AVA are just playing well.
Yeah, they are playing well.
I think that's one of the main things as well, is like Blackhand necessarily, they're playing good CS, AVA are just doing the same. And that's what you want to see. That's what makes it so impressive.
In some of my downtime as well, I'd go and I'd stand behind the AVA computers and like you can kind of hear the comms. And Earl has got a very good read at all times over the game. And the control he has...
Oh, when we were talking about good CS, that is... They fluffed that there. They were just not expecting the short aggression, and I don't know why they wouldn't be expecting that, because that 50 seconds on the clock, when AVA have long control, Blackhand are obviously going to take something else, short, and AVA just seems to be unwary. The bomb's literally in long doors. Azuru, whatever stats here, I guess, trying to get a few picks here and there. The economy of Blackhand, unless Azuru gets 4 kills, is still going to be pretty good.
Yeah, she needs to make sure that the snipers are carried over. Don't want to lose them to Azuru. He can be quite deadly. So, 20 seconds. I don't want to count him out, but at the same time, he needs to go get the bomb, needs to come back, and there's already a rotation in. JR Stair is literally right here.
I mean, yeah, Azuru just had to die there. And he does, because saving that weapon over was not going to be the best case scenario. They have 2,400 lost this round. It's not the best to work with. And a tactical pause will be coming out. I assume this is from AVA just to chill out. And probably what's quite happy, what they're quite enjoying, is I can actually hear their tactical pauses this time. Because one thing that was quite funny yesterday was I was trying to... I wasn't there, so I couldn't hear. But whenever AVA took a tactical pause against Emp's kids, they would just shout at them, which I found so funny. So it was like AVA, because they were sitting next to each other. So AVA just couldn't actually talk to each other during their tactical pauses, which I think is the funniest thing.
It's all mind games at LAN. And if anything, that allows Emp's kids to get the victory over AVA after a shock first map on Inferno as well, which AVA did so well in.
Oh, yeah. That's another testament. That's like, yeah, okay, to be fair, Emp kids didn't play well, but AVA just played unreal as well. Like, they played so well.
Just with the pistols now grouping up towards the upper tunnels. Thinking about this BXQ. The Molotovs are so damning, though. It just means that AVA can't move forward. JR Stairs in this perfect off angle to capitalise. The spray's good, but Azuru CZ is better. Fraser now providing overwatch from this window. Trying to peek on in with the sniper.
Mo's also picked up an AK here. Oh, he could be the X factor right now for AVA. Even if they get a couple more kills here, they will definitely be putting themselves in a good position going into later rounds. But look at this from Blackhand. They've got all 4 players in CT. Flash comes through. First one isn't going to be capitalized upon. Smoking towards tunnels. That's not going to really do much. It's isolate angles. This Molotov is quite huge because it restricts Euphoria. He can't go back. He swings through. He gets the first frag. But it's all going to be down to Azuru when he gets spammed through the smoke. Blackhand, they keep 3 players alive. A little bit close on the time, but they will be hitting 13. They're only 3 rounds away now from taking map 1 and pushing us onto overpass very quickly. This map, it's 13-9, but these rounds have just been boom, boom, boom. Like the first 10 rounds were like 2 minutes.
What's interesting to me is the fact that AVA are getting more purchase and actually getting more map control with these upgraded pistols and their gun rounds, which is something you definitely don't want to be saying.
I see that a lot, especially in lower tier CS. Of like they're almost like confident, so like they're playing for nothing really. Yeah. Like it's one of those rounds where it's like, oh, if we win doing something dumb, it's cool. If we lose, we're probably gonna lose anyway. So let's do something dumb. Let's try to change it up. And when they like just run out B with full Glocks and get a bomb down, stuff like that, that's because they're not like they're not playing the rounds the same. And maybe maybe they should.
Yeah, it's something that we talk about quite a lot. It's something that we do bring up, and I completely agree. I think you need to play with the same level of confidence all throughout.
Yes, you can't waver, especially on LAN, and especially when, as soon as like Black can have a good round, they'll be screaming. But the the connector smokes do drop in towards CT here. The rotations haven't been pulled though. AVA, they're being very silent. They're actually contacting up. Timo seeing if he can find a gap, doesn't get anything. And AVA, they've basically crept onto this bomb site for free. Zulu's got to be careful, but he does have support though from Dexter.
Nice smoke, but in fact he might get spammed through.
Oh.
Timo's full blind, but somehow gets a Zulu at the very least. And Fraser can just swing on in. There's no real utility after the initial contact. It's just a shooting gallery for all of Blackhand. Konzi hits the deck next, and now Blackhand are 2 rounds away on their map pick from Sentinels to Overpass.
I think this could be, Brandon, where we start falling towards the end. AVA, they had a good burst on this T side. They got those first opening 3 rounds, and then that was about it, really.
Yeah, pretty much.
And Blackhand, they were like, rounds like that, AVA did have the pieces of the puzzle, and I really enjoyed what they were doing there. I think they played with the rotations very nicely. There was only 3 players there when they actually took contact finally on site, and they just got 1 kill. It was basically a 5v3, and it just continuously wasn't good for them. Another tactical pause coming out, and look at the economy for AVA. Galil, AK, upgraded pistols. It's not ideal, is it?
Let's look at some positives then. Right now, if we're going to write AVA off, which I feel like it kind of is coming to that crescendo of Blackhand taking their map pick. Let's look at some positives. EMV 17 kills.
He's playing really well. Mo's having a great game so far. Azu though, a little bit disappointing, I will say. I can't remember a single Azu kill, and he was someone that I feel like 17 to 18 grand, but he should be right now 25 to 18.
Yeah, I mean that. It's a good point, and it's crazy the expectations we have of him. But he just
okay, well,
yeah.
So that's why
his name and he will answer.
Yeah, okay, that's why we have expectations. I didn't see that, but look, I think he just owned 2 players there with the spray transfer, and I like what they do here. Is they send Earl out first, and then they have Azu as kind of like that 2nd or 3rd player, and he cleans up. And we saw that a lot on Inferno against Emp's kids, and we were highlighting that. We're like, it's just so impressive. It's such simple CS, but it works. And there. Azu, he's just done it again. Timo, I think he's slowed down a little bit. He's 21 kills, he's playing a great game, but he did have like 11 in the first 3 rounds.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's one of those weird ones. Is like he had a really good start, didn't maintain the same level of like just pure utter destruction, but he has definitely Timo 21 frags. I can't remember the last time I saw him. I'll be honest, I can't remember the last time I saw him go positive in like a serious game.
Yeah, he was speaking to me earlier, and he said the expectation that he has for himself, a personal one, is to go positive on HLTV for this event. Yeah. So, well, he's doing that now.
He's doing pretty well. I mean, yeah, we both know Timo for a long time. His personal expectation, I think he beats himself up so much, which is like good and bad because it can go both ways. And I think sometimes it can be a little bit bad when it's like you're just belittling yourself a little bit too much. But look at this from Fraser. He's peeked in towards underpass. He's going to have 3 players converging on. He's got to be careful here. He can get the first pick and then fall off, but he gets flashed off the angle very nicely. Drops a Molotov, and it will actually allow for this short push to come in and potentially pick off some unwaringly AVA players.
Despite losing the snipers, Blackhands, they feel like that is the key to success. Jay Auster, though, needs to anchor down this bomb site, tucking in, trying to isolate a kill, and he will onto EMV, but the immediate trade out. 1 for 1, and Blackhand need to rotate in and retake a bomb site with 2 sniper rifles.
1 sniper rifle now, especially with Azu just spamming through a smoke. Josh Stair getting 1 there. To be honest, I'm like, what more else can you do? He didn't have any spawn utility. He was getting fully executed on. And AVA, actually, they're going to force Blackhand to save. They will continue these 2 snipers into the next round. They do have a fair bit of money. They'll have 1,900 loss, so they'll have a buy across the board. But it's also one of those things where it's like you don't want to force the issue, and I think this is something that I remember actually talking to Jack B about this like a year and a half ago, and he was saying that one of the big problems in the UK scene, he's like so small, but there is a problem when it comes to like the mentality of saving, of players do force the issue, and it's very unhealthy. So it's good to see Blackhand kind of count their losses there and go, yeah, like this round is done and dusted. We can buy into the next one kind of regardless. Let's just make sure we can buy into the next one after that.
Yeah, you need to maintain your economy on a consistent basis, and the way that this game is going right now, if AVA win, say Blackhand threw those weapons away, then they've reinvested. It's heavy investment with double snipers. AVA win the round again, the economy is broken. Suddenly we are looking at 14-14.
Yeah. The one good thing here, though, for Blackhand is because they've built such a bank, they're going into these later rounds. So say if they lose one, they've got 2,400 lost next round. That's pretty decent. They'll have a good buy, and it only just gets more and more and more. But I think the problem is
he hit
for
him.
AVA. Yeah, he did hit him, Brandon. But I think the one problem here is that Blackhand, they've got a 2-man deficit, and it's looking to only just get even worse and worse. Azu and Mephoria, definitely the 2 players you'd want in this situation, are alive. And Brandon, I was counting them out for this one. I was rejecting it, but Azu's actually opened up just there. They know the B bomb side's clear. Azu's got the bomb in his bag. He's just running, sprinting as fast as he can to get the bomb down. Timo and Dexter left alone. What? That was a 2v5. This is a 2v5.
Show.
Oh my god. How? That's right there. That's right there. This is 16-14. 16-14 right now for AVA. That's
all
it.
Right.
That round is it. This round, that mentality broken. I best believe Matt EMV is screaming at Blackhand right now.
Oh my god. Azuwu comes up clutch.
That's huge.
Drags AVA out of the hole. Runs all the way to B. And Dexter...
Wait, he actually has time.
No, he doesn't.
No, he does. He has time. Yes, he does. Yes, he is. He's going to defuse the bomb, Brandon.
No, he doesn't.
Okay. That was very close. That was very close. But speaking about money, Blackhand, we were mentioning this. Dexter's got 7 grand. Timo's got 6. Zoo's got 5. They're keeping their foot is still firmly on that pedal.
Yeah.
And AVA, they got a little bit lucky there. Basically down to the individual brilliance of Azuwu. Not as much. I think that was a 4K from Azuwu. He absolutely destroyed them.
Constantly peeking in towards middle. No kill going to be given up. AVA, they want to take this control in all areas of the map. Look at this double short push, though, from Blackhand.
They've been doing that so much, and AVA haven't actually had a response to it. There was that one round where Earl and Conti just got caught off guard, and AVA just went, yeah, sure, you can have it. And it's been a very consistent theme of AVA taking long, Blackhand taking short, then they both go their separate ways.
Seesaw effect. Trying to keep the balance of map control all across the map. Here we go then. Mephoria going to be potentially flashed in. Never mind, they go in dry. Conzi with the first trade, but Dexter will eliminate him. So, man advantage still in the favour of Blackhand as AVA make their way up long.
Yeah, that's not nice though. EMV, man, he's having such a game.
Oh!
EMV, okie dokie. That is ridiculous. That's actually huge. How has he done that? That was such crisp prods. You are not looking at him to open up this round. You are not looking at him when you've got Azuwu right next to you to be the one getting the frags, and he does. Super, super impressive. Fraser and Joster, they're still going to go for this though. There's an AWP below them. They could try and save this, but they're not. Molotov goes towards Gusta, actually will land on Earl. Wait, no, does it not?
What?
Oh, that's
no
wait.
way.
Oh, no, it does. Oh, no, it does. Earl's on 2 HP. He swings out and Fraser will capitalize on that. Azu and EMV now left alone. Smoke on towards sides, and there's not much time left. Both these players do have kits. He's actually going to stick it. Another smoke being planted just there, getting lost in the source though. He can't find it. Finally will. Sticking it. And EMV, what a round from him. Oh my god, Matt, that was ridiculous. And AVA, they are now propelled onto 13. There's one round in between. This is Blackhand's map pick. If they fall on Dust 2, AVA will be going into overpass with the utmost confidence. Eco coming out for the UK side. And AVA, they want this.
Oh, golden opportunity for AVA to level it up. Long push coming in for Blackhand. Fully flashed in though. Zulu will trade and recover the AK at the very least. AVA trying to hunt him down.
Zulu,
Don't
Zulu,
feed the beast.
Okay,
Zulu. Trade.
And Azu was on 4 HP as well. Dexter genuinely almost got that frag with the USP. Like, sure, okay, the money for AVA is awful. It's because they've been winning clutch after 2v2, after all these situations, over and over and over and over again. The round they won, the 2v5, 0 players stayed alive. Last round, 2 players stayed alive. This is not ideal. This is the round they should be stabilizing. This is the round where, okay, we get 5 players alive, we get 4 players alive. EMV can drop over oh my god.
Not like this. All that hard work undone to the Deagles. Match point has now been achieved for Blackhand, and you were highlighting it. The economy is in such disbalance for AVA. This buy, it can be achieved, but it's going to be really scrappy. Going down to the bargain bin. Mac 10, Tech 9, Galil. Konziasko huge with the AWP.
Brandon, I don't know what I just seen. I'm actually in disbelief. This was AVA's. They had everything going for them. Konzi being eliminated on the approach.
hurts.
They know there's no one towards the A-bomb site. Joss is spraying for a smoke. He's doing so much damage. Only go for that first, but again, I'm talking about that damage. And Blackhand, they've won map 1. Wow.
All it takes is some individualistic efforts to make it look close for AVA, but Blackhand, when the chips were down, they came back in swinging. Deagle round on the board breaks the camel's back for AVA, and it really was the final straw. Blackhand will survive and take their map pick of dust too.
I'm actually in disbelief that of all rounds to win, they cleanly win an eco round as well. Blackhand 16-13. They stabilize a little bit. It was a really rough one for them, but they want to secure themselves that place in the grand finals up against EMP's Kids at 1 PM. But ladies and gentlemen, do not go far. Overpass will be coming up momentarily, and we'll see you guys after the break.
And we must wanna be heard.
Tell me somebody how long he will be on my mind. He will be on my mind.
overclockers, and welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's APIC when you need him?
Well, after some tense moments from AVA in the closing stages of Dust 2, Blackhand will take it and secure the victory. We now head on over to the map pick of AVA, which is Overpass. And considering how well they played on Dust 2, I wouldn't rule them out just yet.
No, I wouldn't at all, but that scrappy ending as well, very unexpected. It was all basically Zulu picking up their AK on long doors and them just funneling into him as well. And we were talking about emotions in the LAN hall. I was just talking to them right there, and they were just like, we got very excited at the end because the round before they won a clutch and they were all screaming, and Konzi just couldn't call. They Konzi was trying to get the point across, being like, look, they're on an eco, calm down, don't do anything rash, and he just couldn't get the point across.
So unfortunate, isn't it?
Yeah.
So the emotions get the best of you. But nevertheless, going to see how they can tamper and keep them at bay in this one. AVA started on the T side with this pistol round. Zulu getting aggressive in the connector. Quite a lot of players here for Blackhand towards B, and that's where AVA are currently heading.
Yeah, it's going to come down to pure individual aim. Earl, with his smoke, he will release it. The smoke missed. I think the smoke missed. Oh my god, it missed. The smoke, and Earl's going to only use one flashbang. Blackhand, they've already got an advantage into this one. The bomb site has been opened up for AVA momentarily. Fraser, though, he's behind this smoke in CT for now. He will get one kill, then he will get traded out. The bomb still has not gone down. Final get planted. Oh, Dexter. Oh no, EMV will get his head cleanly taken off. That's a very nice little boost from Dexter there. CT aggression. Well, I mean, the roles are reversed right now. Blackhand are on the bomb site with a bomb, and then Moforia and Konzi are in CT trying to retake the site.
Yeah, this is weird. Trying to figure out what to do in this situation. Konzi grouping with Muforia. Gonna have to try and make it work. They're gonna boost over CT here.
Oh, this is very smart, but the problem is they're going to have to jump up just like that. Dex is going to spot them out. I understand the idea, but it's a very hard execution. Muforia hits first, Muforia hits a second, and AVA, they somehow clinch that one from the jaws of defeat.
Not really too sure how that quite came into effect. Your CT boost has the information given up, and Muforia still isolates the gunfights. He gets 3 kills in that round, and he drags AVA over the line. Bit of a weird pistol to kick things off, but AVA will secure it. It's another pistol in their favour.
Yeah, they've won every single pistol round so far. That one right there, probably their least clean, I think it'd be fair to say. But a lot of SMGs actually purchased up for AVA. We've seen a consistent theme across this tournament, I think, of people buying mostly AKs and Galil second round. But AVA, they've actually elected for this lower weaponry and more utility. The only difficult thing right now is that Konzi's already been put down to 12 HP by the hands of Dexter.
You like the idea of just one scout in this. You can tag up some of the players, allows the SMG and the Deagle just to quickly clean up. See how this one comes into the fold. AVA leaving nothing to chance, playing very slowly. Wants to try and not give anything away to the upgrades.
That's a pretty good nade by EMV, I think. Just kind of dunks it onto those 2 CT players, just chips them down even more. Azuru here, got to be careful he doesn't get caught off guard, but he could put them in favour. Oh, but they've baited Fraser in perfectly. Fraser, will they clear him? He has a Deagle at close range. This could be so devastating for them. The SMG is close up and personal, and he lines them up. Fraser, he's good for 2. A team kill in the frenzy as well, and now Konzi and Muforia, they'll get knocked down to Fraser. That is magnificent from the captain of Blackhand.
Position goes completely unchecked. It's so unfortunate for AVA, but Blackhand in these rounds where they're working with very little, it's where they get the most mileage. We see it once again. Bouncing back immediately, forced by set to continue in. Consecutive rounds in a row will break the streak for one of these teams.
No bomb plant as well for AVA is going to really put them in a rut. You can see it's only upgraded pistols and then 1 UMP on Konzi. They're going to try just actually default pretty much towards short as Zulu getting aggressive. He actually beat the Molotov, but Zulu's going to be there and just holding him for open arms. AVA, man disadvantage in a round where they really can't be doing that.
We're thinking about going a bit faster towards B, but as soon as that kill comes in, they think better of it. Muforia just trying to get a kill, trying to worm his way in through the short position. Potentially could find this off guard, but the Deagle shots will eventually connect, but it's too much time on the clock. Oh, now trying to extend through Monster. They know where Timo is at the very least.
Ooh, that's a good thing. Gone to a 3v3. Zulu now up against 3, and he won't even get more than a tick of damage. Dexter and Joss they are quick on the rotation, but the bomb will not be able to be denied. Smoke and Flashbang is going to deny him a lot of vision. There is a kit on Dexter. They've actually got a fair bit of utility as well. A Molotov, 2 smokes, and 2 flashes. If they use them successfully, AVA could be in a bit of spot trouble.
1 flash for AVA. If they even decide to deploy it. Here comes the utility, but it's not going to move any of the AVA players out of their positions. In fact, tucking in, Konzi with the UMP will find both of them. AVA, they throw chaos Blackhand's way, and they come out on top.
The Force by Wars will continue. AVA, they carry on 2 rifles into round number 4. Blackhand, they've only got 1 rifle on Just Air, 2 SMGs, a Deagle and a Scout. These SMGs can be dangerous at close range, especially when we've seen Fraser's Deagle at close range be dangerous. Dexter's been getting a few tags here and there. I think Just Air, he's going to be carrying the main brunt of this offensive. And AVA, can they just try and end this now and give themselves an advantage on T side? Because this is most definitely a CT side map. We are in the CT meta, but especially looking at Overpass, it's probably the 2nd or 3rd most CT side map under Ancient and Nuke.
Bit of a risk just throwing the only rifle in as well. Just getting aggressive towards Fountain. It does. Gets the kill at the very least. AVA reset their focus towards B, but there's 3 defenders here.
Yes, very nice positioning though, up close personal. Fraser, we've said he's good with that Deagle on these close angles, and he'll do so. Timo farming them up with that MP9. He's got sweet dollar in his bank, and have sweet frags to his name. Blackhand, we continue. The bomb does not go down. AVA, they won't have that much money, and they'll be back to their Deagles for them.
Oh, where Blackhand get the round on the board, it just feels like AVA, they're incentivized to reinvest. They can't really take that eco. They want to keep putting the pressure on. They want to keep trying stretching Blackhand's bank balances to the limit. AVA now grouping. They've got the Deagles. It's an absolute slaughter earlier.
Ooh, okay. Fraser's still actually going to die. That's huge. They're going to bomb proc through. Zulu, he's just sitting in this. He's sitting in tunnels. That's perfect. Yeah, that's really nice. Konzi is just discombobulated. He doesn't know what to do. He's got Timo as supporter. Zulu's could be going for an ace. Okay, no, Timo will steal it.
Yeah, I mean, it's only 3 kills. You can't really say, oh, that's my ace after that point.
Yeah, you can.
No, you can't.
I do it every day.
I know, but you do it after 1 kill.
My ace.
Not happening.
Not happening today, especially though. You just want to get his rounds clean. You want to keep as many players alive. I think the thing with AVA is that when they won their rounds, it was like they just won it. But that count there was like, yeah, we keep 4 alive both times we won the rounds. Now AVA, they are on this eco. 1 Deagle on EMV, P250, Glocks. Fraser's just, again, was going to say get some cash, but Josh There's going to get that first pick, and I think he's trying to keep as many players alive here and just get a bit of confidence going for the Blackhand side.
Yeah, 4 players staying alive in the last round. Right now, looking like it could be potentially flawless. Fraser doesn't actually spot EMV, but he's now the only player remaining in this 1 versus 5. The bomb is really far out of his grasp, but there's scope that he could eliminate the scout.
I mean, he could get 1. To be honest, Dexter. Oh, he could get 1. Okay, yeah. Dexter dying is actually probably quite good for them because they don't want to be they don't want the scout into the next round.
No.
So like Dexter dying is like, oh no, I have to buy an AWP. No. Oh no, guys. So it's like, yeah, maybe if anything, it was actually a good thing for Blackhand that the 1 player that dies is Dexter. AVA. 2 rounds trailing now. They've got the rifles out. They've actually got a proper buy. Let's see what they can do with this now.
It's taken us 7 rounds, but we are here in the first gun round of the game. Azuwu yet to get a kill on the board. Not ideal. He's the player that you look to. He's that star factor for AVA.
Yeah, and when he's not stepping up, that's definitely alarm bells. He had a slower start to that first map, and then towards the end really picked it up alongside Mephoria. Mephoria continue that trend. Azu, not so much right now.
AVA found a bit of a gap though. Working their way up towards long, trying to take that control. EMV being loud about his approach on toilets. It's going to keep these players here. This
is a very strange round. Mephoria has done really well towards Monster. He's got that. He's holding the rotations perfectly. Done loads of damage to Zulu as well. Dexter only good for that first. He tried his best, but it will not amount to much. Zulu's coming all the way from T-spawn. Timo is quite close here, and it's an interesting one, because Blackhand, they have a lot of money. Do they go for this? Try just because AVA don't. So any kill that they get here is really huge for the economy. And Timo, he's been given a little bit of a gap here. Miss smoke. Do AVA realise that they've missed this?
It's Azu on that AWP as well. He was holding for this flank, but in fact, it's going to come all the way in. Zulu is creeping, and Timo's waiting for him, but with the only kit on Zulu's back, he needs to get a move on here. Currently, he's gone unchecked.
I mean, if Timo gets a kill here, it's actual potential. Zulu's going to reveal himself, go for that first. Timo holds a spray, reduces Earl to 11, and now Zulu in a 1v1. Timo's going to save, but I think Blackhand, they've done all they wanted to do there. The money is in tatters for AVA, and Blackhand, they're just like, okay, you can take a round. We're just going to take it right back and ruin your economy.
Yeah, it's actually a lot of damage. Because Azuru can drop that
They're not going to have
over.
AKs. They're going to have like 1 or 2 AKs max.
I think EMV can have one. Konzi could drop an AK, but instead he's going to hold on to his money. Earl will have a Galil. Okay,
Mo
so
actually bought
not
an
too
AK.
bad.
Okay.
3 AKs.
Never mind. I think I was a little bit apprehensive of that one, but Dexter still has hit AWP. The money, to be honest, on both sides isn't that great. Timo's the only one right now that's got anything in the server.
Sitting pretty. Bazoo surfing his way up towards the monster.
Still yet to frag.
Timo's doing a good job in that department.
He's had a
Pushing
great
him through
series.
short right now.
He seems very confident. I know he got a lot of sleep last night. He was mentioning me.
Oh, what a
well,
flash.
that is perfect. Azuru will finally put himself on the scoreboard, and he'll do so in a very drastic way. He's looking for the second as well, but no, Fraser will swing and eventually trade his teammates. But the fact he got 2 there, he puts it back into a 3v3. And Blackhand, they're going to have to spread themselves out a little bit thin now.
Where do AVA take this? They've seen Fraser at B, but they've got really no other information on this map. Earl can tuck himself in just by Divider, lining up smokes for this A execute, but JST's here.
Yeah, he is going to hear this. He's going to know there's exactly one player in towards Divider. He's going to hear him running as well. Dex is going to actually sit in that Molotov, get a lot of damage, but look at this. Just no one's checked him, and it's perfect. Earl does not expect him to still be there. EMV in a 1v3. Oh, hold on, it's a 1v2 now. Fraser doesn't have any utility to deny this, but he will just aggress. The bomb does not go down. He spots the head. He saves the AWP, and Blackhand, they will do exactly what I just said.
Yeah, no bomb plant. That's actually quite big. Not for the impact of this round, but it just means that they don't really get the extra cash that they so desperately need. You're talking about the bank balance just not being in AVA's favour. Every bomb plant really does matter because it does start to add up and just kind of snowball a little bit. Tech 9s now for AVA, and Blackhand potentially could double their score.
I think that's looking like that's going to be the theme, especially with this early utility damage. It's quite a lot across the board. Most players been tagged down by at least 50. AVA, they're also just everywhere. They're everywhere. One player is just everywhere on the map.
Yeah, they're spread out. Trying to recon, trying to get some control. Will they be aware of Konzi? Fraser's considering it, at least temporarily.
Konzi's got 2 kills. Wait, no way. There's only an AWP in front of him. This is a very bad weapon to be up against Tech 9. Konzi's got 3 kills. He's actually opened up the A bomb site. Zulu and Tim will be rotating in. He's picked up an AWP. How is this happening? They've got no armor. 2 Glocks. The bomb's actually going to go towards the B bomb site, but Timo is still standing there. And AVA, they've done well so far. Can they continue this? Konzi is not with Mephoria. Mephoria does have the bomb, and I'm not sure if Timo spotted him on the jump. That's what I'm interested to see.
I'm not sure if you could see him.
Ooh, wait, Zulu might peek into Konzi.
Oh.
Okay, Zulu did, but Konzi missed his shot. And now Mo, he's got the Glocky Wocky. 1 versus 2, no armor. He has an AWP in front of him, but Konzi, what a round. Just shame that no one else could maintain it. And Zulu's actually rotated off this A bomb site, so the bomb could go down for free if Mo attempts to aggress, or he could actually catch Zulu off in no man's land. That's one of the important factors. He sees his head. He knows that no one's going to be there. Smoke in towards dumpster. Zulu could just peek in front of this, but no. He's going to tap the bomb. Nade lands on Mo, puts him down to 19 HP, taps it again. Timo has a nade in his hand, and he's going to put this one to bed. Actually diverts. Mo, he's just continuously tapping this. Dancing around Trog, hits that first shot. Hold on a second. Oh, okay. That was very, very close. Peeked into Zulu. His gun wasn't cocked even, and Blackhand, they double the score of AVA, but it was a lot closer than they anticipated.
It's unbelievable. The space and the aggression that Konzi throws into that long goes completely unchecked. And AVA, they don't invest really anything. but yet they come out basically on top, because if they win this round, suddenly Blackhand's economy is broken, but Dexter and Timo combine. It's a two-man advantage early for Blackhand.
I mean, start how you mean to go on. Blackhand, they're doing well on the CT side right now. They've got to be conscious of how they're going to do on this T side, because that's where it's going to really be testing Mo as well, getting caught off guard on the rotation towards B. So I think Blackhand have a pretty clear idea what's happened, and the bomb is just kind of trickled in front of Zulu. He's been gifted an AK as well on top of that, as he's on 27 HP, and those 2 kills he got, that was both from 1 round, 2 rounds ago.
Yeah.
He needs to step up.
He does. It just feels like when the pressure really is on Blackhand to step up, because the potential disastrous calamity of their economy just crumbling could have allowed AVA to close this round and this game back up to maybe like a 6-5 scoreline. But when the chips are down, Blackhand, they do a really good job at just tightening up and just making sure that it never happens.
Yeah, it almost feels like AVA are a first map trick pony. Like, they do really well on the first map against these teams like Emps Kids. They take the map against Blackhand. They almost take it. They do very well, but they go on to like the second maps and it all kind of starts crumbling away sometimes.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's almost like they kind of just like ran out of gas.
Yeah, they put everything into that first map and then they just deplete.
Yeah, fall by the wayside. I mean, Blackhand, they are running away with this right now. Pause coming in. AVA need to discuss what's going on. Take a look at their finances. Not in a healthy spot. Definitely just going to be these upgraded pistols. And, well, if there's anything to go by, track records here on Overpass, then Konzi will get 3 kills. Maybe a bomb plant will actually come in. On Dust 2 as well, they did a lot with very little. Yeah.
The rounds that were the closest were the rounds where they had nothing to lose, and just like Konzi plays with confidence and runs up long type thing.
Be interested to see how they approach it. But Blackhand, it just feels like they're just going through the motions right now. Everything just feels familiar for the CT side, and it's working out time and time again. Timo going to drop this molly to prevent this B push.
The detriment that those 4 kills had 2 rounds ago still is very much impacting Blackhand. Even though they kept 4 alive last round, if you look at if you look at their eco, if AVA do something similar here, it could really point it down. And Konzi, man, this guy's a Tech 9 wizard. Problem is, everyone else in a bit of a sticky one. EMV could actually get the bomb down. Zulu's on very low HP, but yeah, there's the bomb monster, I think. No, it's on site. Yeah, but look where Dexter is. Dexter's in heaven. He's looking over. Yeah, it's a hard one. Zulu actually gets the kill from short, though. Zulu's got 15 frags. What?
He's having a game.
He's having more than a game.
Timo's just behind him as well again. 11
but at the same
kills.
time, I think that's very similar of what we saw from Timo and Dust 2. Had a really good start and then just kind of like stops. Or just slows down from his initial momentum.
Have to wait and see. Blackhand win out the half. Currently 8 rounds on the board. How many more can they extend it by? Full gun round coming in now for AVA. First time I think we've seen Konzi actually purchase an AWP, if I'm not mistaken, just because of how close these rounds have actually been. Especially the first early stages. Euphoria going to get a freebie, or so I thought, but JL Stair wins out the fight. That's so unfortunate. That's not what you want for AVA.
As much as this is a CT-sided map, on the T side right now, AVA are looking like a shell of their normal self. They're not hitting their shots. They're not playing as well as a team. Konzi's actually having a good game, but he gets all his kills on Tech 9s. Yeah,
not ideal. Not really what you want. You've even got the Heaven players rotating in. Dexter eliminates Own.
And now it's lambs to the slaughter, Brandon. It's lambs to the slaughter.
Yeah. It just feels like they're just kind of almost running just straight into Blackhand. It doesn't feel like Blackhand really need to do anything too elaborate to really get these rounds on the board. It all feels quite simple, quite safe CS.
They had a few rounds of, it was quite interesting play with, like, they pushed short and they got flashed through short pipe onto Monster. And that actually was a bit of a negative one because they didn't clear left, and Azulu was able to get 2. Phrases did somewhat save them. They've just had good they've had good protocols. And I think I was mentioning this God, it was a mix versus a team, and it was on Overpass. And I was saying, like, look, Overpass is a very hard map to play on the T side. You've got to have very good coordination and very good protocols. And on the CT side, honestly the same. And Blackhand's rotations and also their just reactions and setups are really crisp. And AVA are struggling to dismantle that, apart from when they have pistols.
Yeah, and it's almost that no fear mentality that we have spoken about.
Dexter's going to get caught off guard. Dexter's in no man's land. He will just get away. He will tuck, and Josh there can now support him. And okay, literally, I thought that was going to be a little bit spicy, but Josh there gets 4 kills.
Easy peasy. Double digits now achieved for Blackhand, and it just feels like AVA are out of ideas. It feels like they just don't really know where to go, to be honest. Start with the basics, maybe try and take short control. That's a key area in this map for T's success, because then they can dictate their rotations, but it hasn't really even been a contest this first half.
I feel like AVA have to get these last 2 rounds to start putting them in a momentum as well going second half, and just actually getting rounds on the board, but like it's going to be difficult. Azu gets his first kill on short. Timo though looking to trade him out. As soon as he reloads, EMV is going to spring. Okay, that was a really nice play. EMV taking connector and taking that control is able to support his teammates, and now Blackhand, they're on a deficit and they've actually given up a lot of map control.
Yep, there's that short control
and
for
utility.
AVA.
No utility apart from Dexter.
Still got over a minute.
Fraser's pushing monster.
But will it be false information? Oh, before he actually catches him off. 4 versus 2, looking a lot better for AVA.
Yeah, unless Dexter is able to pick something off here, just going to be jumping straight out, jumping onto a Zulu. Hold on a second, there's still a 2v3, they're still in a deficit. That Molotov short is be able to isolate and initiate a fight onto Pillar. Caught utility in his hand, the rotation from Josh Dare is here in time. Dexter did not hit that second shot, and EMV and Mephoria, they will surprisingly get AVA a 4th. 1 more round in this half, and I think AVA, they have to win it.
A lot better for AVA. They take the map control, and they're almost a little bit overzealous for Blackhand, just pushing and trying to force the issue. Trying to take the map control back, just trying to find any sort of information, because where they gave up so much control, they had no information to go off.
No, not at all, and honestly, did not see AVA winning that round. I thought we were just going to see a tumble of like a 12-3 half, but this is potentially where they start just rolling the ball. They get the ball going. They start feeling it. Azu's got a kill. Mo got a kill. EMV is starting to light up like he was doing on Dust 2. And a 10-5 half is definitely workable. Just got to be careful with this A setup. Dexter playing on the angle, baiting in for Josh there. They've been really successful so far in towards A, and I've got an inkling it might be something the same.
Oh, but that kill in towards toilets is really vital. Makes AVA that little bit more uncomfortable. Rotations are already in for Blackhand.
Yeah, this is so good. They've got 3 players here. They've got a push on Zulu. They know it's not to be bomb fight. They're so confident. Josh there, he's just aggressing with literally nothing. Fraser's right behind him, and Fraser will just help support him. That's perfect. Mo in a 1v3. He does get that first frag. He does have the bomb on his back, but does he expect Zulu to be so close on the flank? I don't think so, Brandon.
He's considering it. He has turned around a couple of times. Now setting his sights more towards the A-bomb site, pushing on through. Dexter's here in heaven. So
okay.
There's a gap. There's a big gap that Mephoria could currently exploit.
But it's like, how, because as more time goes past, you'll start expecting a flank. When does he turn around? And I'm not sure if Zulu is spotting him out. Well, they're definitely going to hear him now. I respect the spray, but Mephoria, he's not going to have any sound cues. He's not going to know what's happening. He's going to try and initiate a 1v1, and he'll do so. Ooh, he's got to be careful. He needs to get down, but no, Zulu will catch him off in rotation, and Blackhand, they do propel themselves onto 11 for Mo. He tried his best there, but to no avail.
It's always quite difficult. There's so many different factors to consider. The pressure is on your shoulders. You're already down a number of rounds, and to even bring that 1 versus 3 into the 1v1, it was good.
One thing I noticed, and I actually forgot to say it on Dust 2, was the kill distribution was like everyone had 20 kills on Blackhand, or I think like one person had like 12.
Yeah.
By large, everyone on Blackhand is stepping up and has the ability to just carry their own weight. And on AVA, we've had these problems and these mixes of, like, you see 3 players doing well, but rarely do you see the whole team actually performing. And, like, Earl's had a shock of a series so far. He went, like, quadruple nega map 1. He's got 3 kills now. Hopefully he can pick up the pieces and step up on the CT side. 4 players on this B bomb side is perfect. And, well, Earl, I said he's to step up, and he's going to do that exactly. Opens up with 2, looking to get some more. Good for the 3rd. Will get traded out, and now it's all Fraser left. Caught in midair, and AVA, they've won every single pistol round in this series, and they still haven't, like, they're still trailing. They've won both pistol rounds and got 5 rounds. That's actually really bad, and especially on Dust 2, like a 16-13 loss and you win both pistols, that's not it.
It hurts. And for Blackhand, it's something to definitely work on.
AVA just sick when it comes to pistols, isn't it?
Not too bad, especially this morning. Glocks are in for Blackhand, just trying to barrel their way through. It should be a shooting gallery for Konzi. On for the ace, but Earl was still a little away.
Brother. He needs that ace on HLTV.
$600, I guess, in the bank account. Worth it. Oh yeah, to be fair, like in the long run, it does add up, and you keep all 5 players alive as well, which is really big. But the first gun round, this is all it now. All the cards are on the table. Blackhand, they could put a nail in the coffin right here, Brandon. Taking short control instantly. That's going to be a battle. Fraser, as a fully blind player. In fact, Azuri, he's just going to run through the smoke. Catches off Timo, but the trades are in for AVA. Meforia will pick up this rifle. It's just a complete battleground.
He just ran out short and dropped the gun. Zulu, oh man, Zulu is crispy. He's dangerous when he's on form, and he's looking pretty decent right now. But the support AVA are giving each other. They're a mixed team, but they've been looking very promising. Maybe they should become a team. Maybe.
That could be cool.
I mean, kind of like drawing a lot of old strings back together.
Konzi's gonna hear these footsteps now.
I'd hope so anyway.
Oh no.
Oh dear. Dexter. Oh no. Okay.
That's like 4 hours in the past 2 weeks kind of vibe.
Yeah. No, that was just unlucky. That's CSGO. And it's actually made it a winnable round. Mo has aggressed on the truck. I don't think they're going to expect him to be here. And yeah, they don't clear him. They tap the bomb. Wait, hold on a second. What? Just there. What? How has Jostair won that? How is that? How has AVA choked that? That was their round to win. Jostair literally didn't have his gun out. He transitions and Mo whiffs the spray. Jostair capitalizes on that, and Blackhand, that's unbelievable. I said this is do or die. If they win this round, that could be it, and I think that might most definitely be it in the most brutal and crushing way possible. Blackhand doubled their score to AVA.
I'm in disbelief. That round should never have fallen the way of Blackhand, but that's the reality we find ourselves in. Taking control towards toilets and long. As our Blackhand are looking to put their plan of attack into action. 2 players in for connector for AVA. Peeking on in, but Fraser will deliver the killing blow and open up the account in this round.
Fraser doesn't expect there to be another one connected though. Like he does watch now, so he will actually get both those kills. EMV fully blind in a really rough one there. And both Mo and Azu in towards connector. Now just Mo. Fraser's got 3 kills on connector. He could even be getting a 4th, but no, he will not expect that one. Mo picks up an AK, but he's, yeah, there's no way. Oh, okay. Why didn't he do that last round?
It's on the cards. It needs to, honestly, just go for it. Why not? Get this highlight reel. 1 versus 5. Creeping on in. Probably doesn't expect the position of the player
6
close
bullets
toilets.
as well.
Oh no, not ideal. Okay, run away.
Yeah.
Save.
Also,
okay.
Blackhand, it feels like they've actually really woken up into this series.
Yeah.
Like, just watching them play from the Dust 2, like, they weren't necessarily playing badly on Dust 2, they just weren't playing to their full potential, and watching them play now, it feels like, okay, they've properly woken up, and AVA, they have, it does feel AVA have let off quite a bit of steam, just individually, I feel like a lot of their shots aren't connecting like they were on Dust 2.
Yeah, I kind of echo your sentiments, really. It feels like Blackhand have really come alive, especially on this overpass map. You can now see the disparity between the 2 teams. And it just really highlights the difference between a well-established team that do practice quite regularly against a mix that have got players that, well, just don't really play Counter-Strike anymore. So, unfortunate, but it is what it is. Timo being so aggressive. This B bomb site, it's open for business. AVA, they've only got 1 saved AK on Mo, and, well, they've all gone long. It's the rounds escape them really. Going to need to flank him from Monster and do some damage.
Yeah, I mean, Mo can try just farm up a little bit of eco as well. Like, each kill you get, it's like there's a smoke, there's a flashbang. But Zulu, oh, he's going to be trying to get a hard area. We were talking about Mo last round, and Zulu, his stats right now, 19-8. That is tasty. Let's see if that translates over into the grand finals against Emps Kids. Mo situated in towards connector right now. Don't think he's going to get tested.
No, I don't think he will be either.
Man, Zulu wants these kills.
He's hungry for him. But Blackhand, this bomb explosion will lift their score total to 14 rounds and will put them within touching distance of making this grand final.
Mo Warrior has been so good. He's definitely really impressed me, and we were talking about slept on quite a bit during this whole tournament. He's a bit of an unknown entity within the UK scene, struggles a wee bit online. Come on LAN, he's been more than good. He was good against Emps Kids. He's been very good against Blackhand, the most consistent one in the team. I think it's only a matter of time before we start seeing him getting a little bit more recognition than he deserves it.
Yeah, 100%. He's been playing very well all weekend. Bit of a faster pace to this one. We'll start with first four. Instead, Blackhand hit the brakes. We're thinking about maybe going for a fast exploding play, but instead reset their sights. Trying to just change up their positions. Fraser aggressing towards party.
Timo had 11 frags on like round 5. So 2 sins. Very much reminiscent of what we saw in the first map. And Fraser not clearing his corners correctly. AVA will get an advantage of this one. Will that last? Especially with Dexter finding a wee gap here. Wait, this is a weird one. Wait, he sees... Okay, he sees a player rotating off. Does he expect too long here? That's the thing. Azul gets put down very low. Traded out. Okay, do they expect Konzi? And I think they do, because Konzi's already got a frag, and Zulu, he's got 3 in the round for himself. What a nice individual performance we're seeing from him. 22-8. Almost a 3 KD, Brandon.
It's pretty good.
That's unbelievable. If that translates over to the grand finals, Emps Kids are definitely going to be worried.
Well, AVA are currently quite worried. No kit either. EMV can't go for this. Even goes to be hunted down. Zulu
it's a 4K, baby.
Decapitates him.
Man, Zulu's having a game. He's literally 1 kill away from having a 3 KD in the consolidation final of Epic LAN. I best believe Emp is a little bit scared of this, because Zulu, if he's a player turning up, if he's playing well on the day, and if Timo's playing well as well, like if you look at the Blackhand team and you're like, right, everyone apart from Dexter, I'd say, is actually really stepping up. Man, I'm scared. AVA, they do drop this Molotov. Moforia, we're playing within it. He does do so much damage, but doesn't get a single kill. EMV, he'll be the one to get the frags. 2 for 2 right now. Timo's on 27 HP. The rotations are here, but right now it's all down to Azuru, and he can't land the shots. Fraser, Dexter, both chipping in, and it's all down to Konzi. This is for the survival in the land for AVA. 1v3, Brandon, is it possible?
Oh, it's looking unlikely. Has to get this kill, but can't get it done. The wall bang will secure it, and Blackhand, a different beast on Overpass, and they'll take the series and head into the grand final with a 2-0 scoreline over AVA Esports.
Yes, that will mean we found our second team. Emps Kids, they will be playing up against Blackhand. It is a rematch from the first game in the upper bracket. Blackhand, they had to make a whole lower bracket run to get here. This final, I feel like, is expected by many. Emps Kids and Blackhand are the 2 favourites going into this tournament, and now this grand final, they'll battle out. We'll see who will win. But that is all from us for Epic LAN. Me and Brandon, we've loved being here, but finals will be taken by Mr. Icon and Sneaky Beaky. I hope you guys enjoyed that. And Brandon, any last words to all the fans at home?
Yeah, look, just thank you for having us, and we're expecting a banger of a final. That's going to be in around about a few hours or so, so we're going to throw it to a break, but when we come back, you're right, Icon and Sneaky, they'll be walking you through that one, so take care, and have a good rest of your weekend.
overclockers. Welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's APIC when you need him?
I'm searching for some sunshine. Just need one ray through the dark skies. I gotta look for the bright side. I know we're gonna be alright. I know we're gonna be alright.
the pressure of rain till you went away. Just like a heartbeat. This winding road I memorized because my eyes can't take you with me. Make the nightmares go. Free me from your graces. All the lights they know. Where my darkest places.
Every man has his own ambition.
I never heard the sound of the night till you left my side. Your song sounds so lonely. I keep you awake, 'cause when I took a look to you, they fade out slowly. All the lights they know.
Every man has his own ambition. But even the impossible can happen.
Make the nightmares go. Free me from your graces. All the lights they know. Where my darkest places. Make the nightmares go. Free me from your graces. All the lights they know. Where my darkest places. I never felt the pressure of rain till you went away. Just like a heartbeat. This winding road I memorized because my eyes can't take you with me.
Despite the wall in my head said hello to you, you didn't notice my eyes. They were chasing yours all around the room, chasing yours all around the room. I used to be in love with heartbreak, but now I need drugs to ease the pain. I used to wanna hide my love from you. I used to be in love with heartbreak and internal fires. Now those burning fires fuel my desire for you.
Why am I lonely when you're here, right there beside me, touching and holding, but I don't feel anything that's real inside myself, baby. Death is at the door, push and shove, come on with me, something, what are we here for?
Ooh, can save us. Ooh, can save us. Ooh, jumpstart this heart of ours before it's gone apart. Can save us.
Finally found you, finally found what I thought I wanted. Was it about you, or was I hiding from a fear of never knowing love would come to me? Baby, just a lonely soul, running out of rose-colored glasses. Should I just let go?
Ooh, can save us. Ooh, can save us. Ooh, jumpstart this heart of ours before it's gone apart. Can save us. there beside me, touching and holding, but I don't feel anything that's real inside myself. Baby, death is at the door. Push and shove, come on with me. Something, what are we here for?
Ooh, can't save us. Ooh, can't save us. Ooh, jumps at this heart of ours before it's gone apart. Can't save us.
Finally found you. Finally found what I thought I wanted. Was it about you? Or was I hiding from a fear of never knowing love would come to me? Baby, just a lonely soul, running out of rose-colored glasses. Should I just let go?
Ooh, can't save us. Ooh, can't save us. Ooh, jumps at this heart of ours before it's gone apart. Can't save us.
pictured it, and I wanna do more than talk. Nothing like a crazy risk to give me what I really want. Get into the space I'm in. I wanna do more than talk. I don't really wanna play it cool, so take this to another level. More than talk. Go ahead and make yourself comfortable. I'll show you things you never knew you wanted now. As long as you take this to another level. Take this to another level.
I'm sick and tired of the fighting. I've had enough of all the wars. Don't wanna think about it anymore. I'm tired of the feeling we are always heading for the door. So tell me if I say it loud, will you come alive? Will you hold me like you used to do? Tell me if I say it loud, will my heart's alive? Will it beat the way it did for you? If you wanna stay, let me know it. To the beach, come on over. If you're not afraid to let me close, I will be out of the dance. If you wanna stay, I will be out of the dance. If I say it loud, will my heart survive? I'll be around the Am I right to doubt? 'Cause I think we had it wrong from the start. Took a bite, spit it out. When I saw you had a poisonous heart. So tell me if I say it loud, will you come alive? Will you hold me like you used to do? Tell me if I say it loud, will my heart's alive? Will it beat the way it did for you? to me honestly. I'm here. I'm here. Talk to me. I'm here. I've been so far away. I don't know when I changed. Your voice replaying in my mind. I'm not prepared this Talk to me honestly. I'm here. I'm here. Talk to me. I'm here. starting to turn off blind. Do you still fantasize? Or has our time just come and passed us by? I wanna know how you feel about this love. I wanna know. I wanna know how you feel about this love. I wanna know. I wanna know.
before you go and walk away. Yeah, you better know where you're going. Hey, yeah, yeah. You're a wanderer just like me. Hey, yeah, yeah. Yeah, you better know where you're going. I've been painting every fence I know, every color pleasing to the same. 'Cause before you go and walk away, yeah, you better know where you're going. Hey, yeah, yeah. You're a wanderer just like me. Hey, yeah, yeah. Yeah, you better know where you're going. Just like me. Yeah, you better know where you're going. Yeah, you better know where you're going. Look out of the window with all my heart, but I'll find love in the same sort and fall apart. Maybe we can be something new. Are you ready for us? 'Cause I'm ready for you. Are you ready for us? We can be something new. Are you ready for us? 'Cause I'm ready for you. Are you ready for us? To be something new. We'll follow where the wind blows and see the heights. Late walks to let go, taking the sights. Maybe we can be something new. Are you ready for us? 'Cause I'm ready for you. Are you ready for us? We can be something new. Are you ready for us? 'Cause I'm ready for you. Are you ready for us? To be something new. All honesty, we're slipping off slowly, so hold on to me. All honesty, we're slipping off slowly, so hold on to me. We can be something. Are you ready for us? 'Cause I'm ready for you. Are you ready for us? We can be something new. Are you ready for us? Oh, 'cause I'm ready for you, ready for you. Are you ready for us? We can be something. Can't get them out of my head. Words, these words you said to me, yeah. Stop my heart barely beating, and now I'm stuck on repeat. I can't sleep through this madness. It's madness. Tame the fire, suffer to live in the ashes, in the ashes. That's what happens when gasoline plays with matches. Oh yeah. And that's what happens, happens, happens. Oh. And that's what happens when gasoline plays with matches. Whoa. And that's what happens, happens, water. I need this like water. Surround ourselves in self-destruction. Self-worth. Need someone to come reconstruct it. You know it, you got it bad. And I got it bad. We got it bad. Now we're back to that feeling we never had. Just pretend. Catalyze my catatonic mind. Give it life until it burns too bright. Burns too bright. Consume what little's left inside. Under cover of night, put the past out of sight. We both knew it wasn't right. That's what happens when gasoline plays with matches. Whoa. And that's what happens, happens, happens. And that's what happens when gasoline plays with matches. Whoa. And that's what happens, happens, happens. When gasoline plays with matches, you get burned. And we must wanna be heard.
Oh, baby, safety, I want to feel your love. 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 I want to see your swag.
Could it be you? can run to. Could it be you? I can run to. Could it be you? I can run to. Could it be you? I can run to. I can run to. Could it be you? 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 I can run to. Feel me in the dark, in the darkness. My shadows, they follow you like an accomplice. Lost all of your dreams, the night is heartless. My shadows, they follow you. My shadows, they follow you in the darkness. In the darkness. My shadows, they follow you like an accomplice. Lost all of your dreams, the night is heartless. My shadows, they follow you. My shadows, they follow you in the darkness. In the darkness. can be the stars, you can be the stars for me. Show me that you love me, light the sky so I can see. Tell me something I don't know, take me where I never go. I wanna know what it'd be like to disappear for a night. You could be the stars, you could be the stars for me. Show me that you love me, light the sky so I can see. You could be the stars, you could be the stars for me. Show me that you love me, light the sky so I can see. Waste your nights in bars, but save the last drink for me. Untouchable and shining fire, you scatter like the galaxies. You call me up when it gets late again, like I'm supposed to know where you've been. Oh, but it doesn't work that way, no matter what you say, aren't you? Until the end. You can be the stars, you can be the stars for me. Show me that you love me, like the stars so I can see. You can be the stars, you can be the stars for me. Oh, yeah. Show me that you love me, like the stars so I can see. You can be the stars for me. You can be the stars for me. I'm just waiting here for you. I just want your presence, you got me feeling blue. Don't keep me waiting, don't leave me in this way. Got me going crazy and I don't wanna wait. I just wanna make you see, I feel like I'm in heaven when you are here with me. Don't keep me waiting, don't leave me in this way. Got me going crazy and I don't wanna wait. I just want your loving, come and give me something. I just want your loving, come and give me something. your presence, you got me feeling blue. And don't keep me waiting, don't leave me in this way. Got me going crazy and I don't wanna wait. I just wanna make you see, I feel like I'm in heaven when you are here with me. And don't keep me waiting, don't leave me in this way. Got me going crazy and I don't wanna wait. I just want your loving, come and give me something. I just want your loving, come and give me something.
face an enemy of a new kind. Through the uncharted lands of the West, a fistful of men ride for the Black Water.
tone lingers in the air. The sound makes the horses shriek in fear. From above, piercing thunder roars. The earth has visitors. This is the sound of the machine. Now staring into the sky, the stars dissipate to make way as a mechanical beast makes its descent towards the earth. In galaxies and space, a tale as old as time. Fear finds a way into the heart of every man. The black water. From above, piercing thunder roars. The earth has visitors. This is the sound of the machine. Now staring into the sky, the stars dissipate to make way as a mechanical beast makes its descent.
Hello, overclockers, and welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's APIC when you need him?
Well, hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Epic LAN CSGO stream. It is me, Sneaky, again, joined by the wonderful Icon, now fashion icon. Look at this man in his impeccable dress attire. But we are going to be delivering a very exciting grand final matchup here to you today. Well, underway, it's going to be EMS Kids versus Blackhand, after Blackhand forced their way through that lower bracket run. Yep. As EMS Kids, I'd say they're a surprise team to make it through the upper bracket, but again, they have a star-studded roster in terms of the UK scene. So honestly, it's great that we get to see arguably the two favourites coming up against each other in this grand final.
Yes, absolutely. A redemption arc required here for Blackhand. Of course, we've already seen a best-of-3 between these two teams. EMS Kids were able to take that in a 2-0 fashion, and a dominant one at that. They have been performing incredibly well with the star-studded lineup that you've already alluded to. Of course, you've got previous LAN winner Crifes, the victor of EPIC36 here. Of course, he was with a different roster with Dusty Coolbet.
R.I.P. Dusty.
But R.I.P. Dusty. They were a brief stint in the UK scene, but they hung around for a little period of time. Then, of course, we've Cypher from ITB, an incredibly well-known name in the UK Counter-Strike scene, and very recently just won at iSeries as well. So recent victories for two of the players on the EMS Kids side. Over on the Blackhand side, I think the talking point here for them is that they've made a recent roster change with Timo coming into this squad. Reese has gone out, and since then, they seem a little bit inconsistent. We haven't seen this level that they were hoping to bring with that roster change yet.
I mean, you could see that they were really struggling yesterday to close things out against Temperate, who I would argue are a much less put-together team than this EMS Kids lineup. But one person I do want to highlight, though, is Jouster on that CT side. He has been a fantastic site anchor, often doing the job on his own. He is constantly picking up those multi-frags, and if he's able to deliver on the same level today as he did yesterday and the day before, then we should be in for a treat, especially when it comes down to those solo site plays. But obviously on the EMS Kids side, there's a lot of players to highlight. Jack B as well. He's another name that's popped up a couple of times this LAN as a very prominent figure for the EMS Kids lineup. He's been bringing the pain, he's been dealing some serious damage, and as a combination with Cypher, the man with a lot of experience, and Christ as well, a familiar face in international Counter-Strike, I guess you could say. Or,
I suppose so.
Well, they had him for a LAN, then they dropped him. They needed their UK way into the scene, and then went their separate ways. But yeah, EMS Kids, they've got sort of 3 highlighted players, and then Moshi and Joshua, they're not bad players either.
Not at all.
They've had their great moments this tournament, and well, we've had a couple of hiccups on this lineup for Blackhand, and I think we were talking about Dexter earlier. He needs to adapt more to the current situation, especially on that AWP.
Yeah, so first map for us is going to be Vertigo, and that's the game that we watched yesterday Blackhand play on. They had a really back and forth game. They started off on the back foot. Here you can see the vetoes on your screen. So Vertigo, the pick of Blackhand. Considering that the fact that they had a very poor start against Temperate on the map yesterday, going down I think 5-0, 6-0 in the early stages of that first half. So hopefully they've gone back to the drawing board, they've reassessed the situation, and yes, Dexter, a player that we've highlighted, the main AWP of the Blackhand side, and on the CT side on Vertigo yesterday, he was far too static. He was playing pretty much the same position every single round without fail, and I think we actually saw him have more influence over the outcome of a round with a rifle in that match.
Yeah, 2 kills on that same bomb site, and because he had the rifle, he was playing more fluid, which allowed him to get those frags. Unless he's going to be going for that aggressive play towards top ramp, then we have to see him move away from that short side position, because as much as it is beneficial to hold it for a decent time, a decent number of rounds, having that as your only position on the CT side, it just needs to be moving around more. But someone again I want to highlight is Fraser, the man who actually swung that game in their favour.
Yes.
The incredible Deagle 3K, which I'm sure is floating around by now, just absolutely sealed the deal for Blackhand. It crushed the economy of the opposition, of Temperate, and yeah, with that they were able to spiral things back into their control. It got very damn close, but they took their own map pick, I believe it was, 16-14. And it is their map pick again today. Big thing for them, hold on in those post plants. The post plants were ruining them on that T side, and I think it was 7 diffuses from Temperate.
Correct.
7 bomb defusals after not often tough fought post plants. Often they would just run them over. Like a couple of flashes, a couple of nades, they would get an early HE frag, they'd push in and just demolish the post planters in all their positions.
They forced up continuously, round after round after round, and although they had some successful site hits, they burned through their utility in the process, and it meant that when it came to a retake situation, the side of Temperate had everything that they needed and more. It was very difficult for Blackhand, even if they had played those rounds perfectly from a mechanical standpoint, to even fight around that utility. They had smokes and flashes coming in their direction. The HEs were doing a lot of damage as well. Temperate did a really good job. You have to credit them on their retake situations, but also it did come down to Blackhand not conceding to that eco earlier on in that first half.
But the one thing I do have to compliment Blackhand on there is the fact that they were able to consistently get those bomb plants, and with that, when they crushed the Emps Kids economy at that 7-1 score line to the CT side, so Emps Kids, I meant Temperate, you know what I mean, they crushed for Temperate economy, they were able to start steamrolling, and they did bring things back to a fairly competitive half. I think the 9-6 score line was the final score line going into the half switch, which from a 7-1 deficit is a very impressive comeback, but they can't afford to let things spiral out of control in such a manner this time. As long as they can hold on to a couple of those early rounds, a couple of those consistent post-plant situations, then we will be in much better stead, and I will have a lot more confidence in them. But just looking at the rest of the veto, we've not seen too much of Dust 2 personally this event, and I'm not sure what to expect from Blackhand, but I know that Emps Kids, especially Cypher, is it's going to be a decent map for them. It's a map they've played decent amount of times on the side of Into the Breach, and the rest of these players, I know that they're relatively confident on the map too. There's a reason they've picked into it, and with Overpass as the decider, that's going to be a very exciting map should we need to see it. But okay, let's talk about predictions quickly. What do you think is going to come down today in the server?
I'm going to say this is a 2-1.
Okay.
I'm going to say this is a 2-1 to Emps Kids, and I'll tell you why. Blackhand are a capable team on Vertigo. They are also a roster that has practiced together for a few weeks. They have some protocols in place, some strategy behind their movement, whereas over on the Emps Kids side, Vertigo is one of those maps, similarly to Nuke in fact, where if you don't have a lot of preparation coming into it, it can be very difficult for you to work out how a team plays. There is obviously no lack of skill over on the Emps Kids side, but I really think the strategy is the difference maker when it comes to a map like Vertigo. Going to Dust 2, Emps Kids were dominant on that map yesterday. I casted Dust 2 Temperate versus Emps Kids with Grimmy Ranar, and they absolutely stomped. Crifes and Cypher were going insane. Jack B on the AWP had so much impact, and honestly, it was a complete shutout. I think it was a 16-7 victory in the end. Dominant over Temperate. Going into Overpass, Ooh, it's an interesting map. I love Overpass.
Well, okay, so I also love Overpass. As I said, it's my favourite map, and Cypher is definitely going to have fond memories of Overpass. Shout out again to when they beat Skade 16-14, beating their 30 win streak, including against Vitality.
Wow.
After I held a funeral for them. Again, it's a sad moment for me, but a very happy one for UKCS and Ryan as well. Retro, not you, don't worry. He put them in his predictions to beat Skade, and he was the only one to do so, and I've still not heard the end of it.
What a genius he is, eh?
Genius. Definitely intentional, definitely intentional. But what else is intentional is the start of this game, and with Blackhand starting on that T side, Emps Kids are looking to get an advantage early doors. They will creep 3 players towards middle, and we should be having an early 3v3 gunfight. It's Zulu to take first contact, and it's Zulu to catch the first frag of the game. Joshua will fall, and immediately the man advantage gain. Jack B, oh my goodness, gets swung on by Zulu. Moshi only good for the single trade, but Fraser, we know him to be a good pistolier, catches another one straight on back, and it's already the 4v2 for Blackhand.
Yeah, great entries there in middle from Zulu. They've got themselves an incredible situation, 4 versus 2. The remaining CT split on separate bomb sites. For Blackhand to convert this round, all they need to do is group and commit to their trading. No need to waste time and be scared of your opponents in this situation. Of course, you have the upper hand completely, so it's just about making sure that you commit to whatever decision that you end up making. And here comes the utility, the split in towards the A bomb site by the look of it, the smoke in towards window, the Molotov, and Timo shuts the door on Crifes, the only man who could cover that cross. The A bomb site completely open for grabs, and Cypher, well, on the wrong bomb site. He's got his work cut out for him here.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a kit, but the Julies have been picked up now by Fraser, and you can't lose a post plant if you don't really have one in the first place. So good stuff for Blackhand there. And an exciting opening pistol for them. They do slow things down a little bit to regain themselves the middle part of the round.
Yeah.
But as you said, they firm their commitment. That's exactly what they needed to do. They keep good spacing. And with that, we will be going to a very quick pause. But yeah, solid round. They get the bomb plant, that means they can buy up into the rifles here, and this should be a relatively simple second round conversion, but I say relatively simple because it will be upgraded pistols and 2 MP9s on this Emps Kids side, and well, we know what those upgraded pistols can do, and we know what those SMGs can do when they're in the right hands.
I tell you what, Cypher is an absolute deagle god. We have seen him open up rounds with that hand cannon in tow, and I never underestimate him now whenever I see that gun come out. So the MP9s of Moshi and Jack B, 2 players who instinctively like to play with some aggressive force, like to get in your face, so the perfect players to pick those one up. And Joshua and Crifes as well, no lack of mechanical ability between these 2 players. So definitely a competitive round here in round number 2. Without a doubt, Blackhand have the advantage from the get-go, but let's see if they can get the opening pick, which is so important on a round like this.
Yeah, Jack B playing a boosted off angle though. Might be good to catch one of these rifle players by surprise, especially if they try pick this despite having the utility. Jack B good for 1, but Jouster there to trade. Timo spots Cypher toward the top of a ramp, will chuck a nade to follow through, forcing the man away and giving them a bit more space to play with as Jouster drops a Molotov towards middle and now has full control and upgrades to that dropped AK. That's 3 AKs still in play now for Blackhand, up against 3 pistols for Emps Kids. The MP9 on Moshi needs to go big here. Farm some cash for them in the meantime as well. If you've gone for the force, you may as well make best use of it as Cypher now peeks in towards short, but Blackhand continue to go with a slow pace.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on the radar here. Off the back of the sound cues being made by Blackhand, the entire Emps Kids side have left that B bomb site. They're already here to compete for this take onto A.
Oh no.
Moshi and Joshua with kills. Cypher decks Joust there as well. And Dexter, with a rifle in hand, is thrust on into a 1 versus 3. Cypher's managed to recover an AK, and he takes Dexter's head clean off. That's what we're talking about, Sneaky. The Deagles, the one-shot potential, and they've ripped the heads of Blackhand clean off. That 1-0, well, what we expected perhaps as a 2-0 start has now fallen by the wayside, and we're all tied up after 2 rounds of play. Blackhand forced their way back into this one.
I do love me a battle of the four spies to start off a game. It seems to be a reoccurring trend between me and you, Icon.
Yeah.
And, well, as the pistols come out to try and avenge the rifles that were lost, I don't have much confidence. Emps kids, they just bully them in that round. They let the clock tick down to about 40 seconds. That's not the end of the world, but executing behind a smoke that was already disadvantageous for them, it was just mistake after mistake from the rifle players. And now the pistols make them two as they jump straight into the open arms of Christ, Jack B, and it's crumbling in front of our very eyes. But Fraser, he does claw things back into a potentially winnable situation, but Jack B ensures that is not the case. Grabs a deagle for good measure, and that's 2-1 for Emps Kids, as Blackhand will be taking an eco here. Very solid start for the CTs after losing the pistol, and that's going to be a tough one for Blackhand to recover, especially after we saw them struggling on that T-side yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. At the bare minimum, though, they did get 3 kills. They forced rebuys on Cripes, Moshi, and Cypher, so they've got low cash. If they were to go down again, then it would put the economy in a little bit of a sticky situation. Just the Glocks in this one, though. We don't expect any heroics this time around. Joust there good for 1 kill onto Cripes. In fact, that may be significant later on, as he's a player who did have to rebuy. But Emps Kids, they have it under control, no problem whatsoever.
Eco-frags!
Yeah, they mop it all up. They farm those HLTV stats that all these players so dearly want.
Oh, yes.
It's like sweet nectar, those HLTV stats. But here we go. We get into a full gun round for both sides here. Jack B with the AWP in tow, and he narrowly misses the head of the player holding from Generator. A nice aggressive opening attempt from him, though, and that really makes a change to what we saw from Dexter comparatively on yesterday's game on Vertigo CT side.
Yeah, again, fluidity with the AWP is definitely the new meta, and Christ, okay, doesn't matter about the meta, we'll find the entry onto Fraser, one of the players we highlighted previously, but Joust there does catch one back in return. Joshua with the spam through the smoke, not going to catch anyone just yet, but instead it's Timo to find one, and Cypher to trade. A constant game of trading here all across the map until Cypher doubles up, and that will now be a 2-man advantage for the side of Emps Kids. Joust there left to do it all. He's got the bomb in tow, but will he realise there's a player behind white box? I don't think he does, but swings into it regardless. Great frag to find, and Moshi will fall. This is an open bomb site, an open plant opportunity. And as much as that flashbang has minimal effect, Joust there, he's not going to stick the plant. That's a huge mistake from him. Absolutely unnecessary to get off the bomb there, but at least the CTs do not know his position now. For all they know, he could have gone back down the stairs. And it's all up to timings here. Just there is spotted. Can't even find the first. And Cypher with a 3K shuts things down. And because he doesn't plant the bomb, Blackhound's economy, it's not strong enough to go for a full buy.
Wow, that flash scared him off. He thought perhaps there'd be a CT peeking off the back of that flashbang, but it was all just a bit of a distraction so that they could get themselves into a safe position for their retake attempt. No retake even required, as the bomb never gets planted, and as a result Blackhand don't have the money to fully invest into this round. Once again they're on the low investment. Cypher with a quick double kill on the ramp hold, and Joshua's here to help out. We've got 2 more players, well in fact only the one now in Joshua's. Joust there puts a second kill on the board, but Joshua cuts down Zulu, keeps the round in control of the Emps Kids for the time being. Joust there literally alive by the skin of his teeth as that nade lands at his feet, but they're still getting frags here. Joust there with his 3rd of the round now. He's still alive. He's still got a potential to isolate a fight, but that 5 HP comes into play. Joshua shuts it down, and Emps Kid with a 5-1 start. They're in a great position here on Blackhand's map pick.
There's solid economic damage there from the pistols, but again, Cypher is just farming towards the bottom of lower ramp. And, yeah, that's something else we didn't really see from Blackhand. They were very passive in their A-hole. They, again, they would have Dexter sit behind a smoke. They would have one player maybe towards sandbags, but they didn't take that space. They didn't take the fight to the T side, which they are now playing on. And, yep, as you can see, it's coming back to bite them. They don't expect this playstyle, and Dexter already down to 37, looking like a rough round from the opener. You said that you think Blackhand was going to be able to take this map pick.
Yeah.
I mean, has the way they're playing this T-side swayed your opinion at all, or is it still too early to really say?
I still have faith, because where they were most dominant in the game yesterday was on that CT side. They had a very similar start to the game yesterday as we have right in front of us at the moment.
True,
So
7-1.
momentum could swing, but Cypher goes swinging out this time round, and Dexter loses his head as the round kicks off. A minute on the clock already. Moshi's got lots of control over towards this B side of the map, and a two-man setup as well. This positioning right now is too good from Emps Kids. I'm going to go ahead and say that they have a massive advantage in this situation, especially now with Jack B taking down a big hitter in Joustair. Timo's made a step as well over towards B, and honestly, Emps Kids are all over this one right now.
Yeah, are we going to have another MMS moment towards B stairs? There was a CT hiding by the sandbags, but I don't think we'll be netted that opportunity. And Zulu, well, he seizes the opportunity to take some space towards the site, but it's Fraser to find the opening. Three! Oh no, that's a team kill! A team kill from Joshua means Blackhand have every advantage here. Bomb has gone down. Cypher will drop a Molotov, and Fraser catches Moshi. It's down to the 1v2 with a flashbang. It's fantastic, fully blinded, as Zulu will capitalize, and that's a second on the board to Blackhand against all odds. Oh my goodness, it just spirals out of control in a matter of seconds.
2 versus 5, Sneaky. A 2 versus 5 situation. Fraser, given the gift of God as the players line up, a team kill comes out for the Emps Kids.
So unfortunate.
He kills the player on the flank, and Zulu's done wonders with that flashbang. An incredible round to win. They find themselves in a great position, but they immediately lose Timo at the start of this one. Some more woes for them as they are against a bit of a forced investment here. Of course, Jack B on the AWP, you can't underestimate his impact. Dexter still with one in hand, so hopefully we'll be able to see some impact from him as he's going to hopefully attempt to trade this one. All the T's headed up towards this B stairs side of the map, and Moshi on a close angle takes down the first man, immediately traded. Jack's rotation is here in time. The utility's not going to lock him out. No flash for Jack's angle either. Zulu hits the ground, but Dexter to trade as Jack's peak is a little bit too over-aggressive, perhaps.
I was going to say, I'm looking forward to some nice AWP duels, and Dexter delivers in droves. He finds a double kill, but Joshua on the MP9 will outrange the AWP, leaving just Joustair in the 1v2. He knows exactly where both of these players are, or at least he thinks so. In fact, I think they might be grouping up in middle for the retake. I say retake, the bomb hadn't actually gone down yet, but it does now as Joustair's left with just 21 health. And I think he's read into this quite nicely.
CTs have played this well, though. Regrouping from the player in Joshua, who was behind. He rotated the whole way through and played with his teammate, but Kreifs just rips the head of Joustair off. No problem whatsoever. And Emps Kids, after losing what really should have been a round that went their way 100%, they bounce right back. The mentality has not been lost for them, and they're still in a great position here so far.
Yeah, I mean, Christ as well, delivering with a great pre-fire on that deagle. I don't think he actually made noise when he dropped off for the boost.
I'm not sure.
I'm pretty sure it was a silent drop, but he gets pre-fired anyway, an immediate one-tap. And Emps Kids, they recover what could have been a little bit of a slippery situation. But with Joustair on low HP, regardless, it's not going to be the end of the world. But Cypher, he's bringing the world crashing down to Blackhand. The 5 less bullets in the A1S does come back to bite him, but thankfully his teammates up there, they clean up nicely, they secure their economy and secure the round. 7-2 now for Emps Kids as Blackhand, they are being bodied back and forth. With the exception of that round they slipped in with the guns, I mean, yeah, they've looked pretty miserable in competition here. 5-round deficit. And, yeah, Emps Kids, they're flying through. I said they were great as individual players. They've got the more experienced players, I would argue, on their lineup. But Blackhand, as that set roster, we do need to see more from them.
Yep, absolutely. The pause now being called by the in-game leader of the Blackhand side, and they want to reassess the situation that they find themselves in, because this one is starting to get away from them a little bit at this point. We saw them go down in a similar fashion in the game on Vertigo yesterday. However, it was around this stage in the half that they began to bounce back, show a little bit of flair, and I believe that they ended that half with at least 6 rounds on the board. So hopefully that they can manage to put up 6 once again. Jack B, though, he's got something to say about that as he cuts down 2. The fast B attempt is gone by the wayside. Missing his opportunity, but it's okay. Moshi's there to mop things up. Joshua chimes in as well. And a clean hold. 5 alive. No problem for the Emps Kids whatsoever. Blackhand, now is the time to wake up. Dexter on the AWP once again, and we need to see some openers from Dexter. I feel like he really doesn't play aggressive enough in the early stages of the round sometimes.
I get that he doesn't want to play too aggressive in the early doors. It is a playstyle choice. I mean, you see James, he's not exactly an entry player. And he still has a lot of impact for his side, but Jack B even more so as he entries on his AWP, getting very aggressive in towards middle. Fraser just doesn't expect this off angle. And Jack B, well, he's still here waiting for more, but that's a great trade from Dexter. Through the wall at that, but Jack B, he's back for another. It's a battle of the Orbs right here. Will we be able to see a standoff between the two of them again? The previous fight that they had towards B stairs was a little bit of a frantic moment. It wasn't really a proper duel. I want to see these two Orps battle it out in a long-range fight.
There's a real contrast between the playstyle of these two Orpers, though, isn't
Absolutely.
there? Jack B is that hyper-aggressive man, never afraid to take an engagement, even if his team's evened in odds. He's always able to find the gaps. Joshua is going to cut down Zulu on this attempt towards the A ramp, and a 2 versus 4 situation, make that 1 versus 4 for Dexter, as he's able to get the immediate trade onto Crifes. He knows there's another man edging towards this A side of the map, and Jack B's holding the line with the AWP right now. The smoke to block him off, but with the player already far forward on the gap side, I think he's just going to push on ahead through it, take the risk. The setup is already played out for the Emskis to swing off the contact being made off this short player. But Joshua turns away at the wrong moment. Dexter spotted a second player in Jack B, and he's able to win out the fight. Dexter in the 1 versus 4. He wins it out, gives Blackhand their third, and that's given them something to scream about.
That is the impact that we needed to see from Dexter yesterday. He has just gone instrumental in securing that third round for the Blackhand side, and what a way to do it. Oh. Almost as stylish as you look today, Icon. My goodness me. Plays that perfectly around the bomb site, not giving up anything to the aggressing Emskids players. Oh, that is just the ideal round for him to be taking. And Cypher does open up, but Dexter again swinging in with a trade. He's found his confidence now as Zulu bags another onto Joshua. It's a 4v3 now for Blackhand, and Christ, he's going to have to do a lot towards this A site to clear off these pesky offenders. Cypher, though, catches Dexter, finally shuts down the Orpa as Fraser does trade back, and again, an advantage retained. Christ sees another with a Mac 10 towards top ramp, but it doesn't look as if that will be there. No, okay, they are coming back to the A site. Christ needs to land this kill, and he will. Will they give him another? Instead, they give him a bullet to the brain.
Yeah, Moshi here, the lone man called upon, and at least he's in the correct position. He's on the right bomb site. The position he's playing as well is quite good to deal with this gap side aggression. If he's able to isolate a fight as the bomb plant goes down, but in fact he goes for the utility instead. Joust there holding the jump up, and Blackhand, they contain the situation. Emskid, they made a gamble rotation there. They committed to that A bomb site, and it worked out almost in their favour had those kills gone their way. Blackhand, I feel like the decision-making at times is a little bit rushed. They had plenty of time on the clock to work with. They didn't really have to commit to a site, but it works out anyway. They get the trades. That's the main thing.
Yeah, it's been a great resurgence from the Blackhand boys here. And all off the back of that hero play from Dexter. I mean, without Dexter, this could very well be a 10-2 scoreline. Just the impact of that AWP clutch, it's still insurmountable. And Timo now, well, he's looking to deal some pain to these B-pushing pistols. Fraser in the flip side going up towards A short. Not seen anybody just yet. That's honestly a good thing for the T side. Timo cuts Jack B down early. No big green in his hands this time around. Instead, oh, look at this. A rear flank from Blackhand means they will be caught in a crossfire. Oh, and with that smoke raining down, they will be walking straight into two pistols who have been alerted to their position. And Joshua, well, he's good for one, but Timo ensures he's shut down quite quickly. It's Moshi and Christ in the 2v4, and, well, there's going to be very little Christ can do here other than maybe steal a rifle away if he's lucky. This is a 5th on the board to Blackhand when it was looking like they wouldn't even hit 3 rounds on their T side.
We said that this is the round that they needed to wake up on, that round where Dexter got the 1 versus 4 AWP clutch. And honestly, if he hadn't have done that, then I would have said this map's probably a write-off already. Yeah. He's kept the game alive in a big way, and I think he comprehends what he was able to do in that round because of the fact that he's won that. Now, the economy has been broken for Emskids. They had to concede onto the low buy in this round. Blackhand up to 5, and if they're able to take the next gun round, we could potentially be seeing an 8-7 half here.
I don't want to say that just yet, because I feel like Emskids still have the advantage in terms of just their play style, in terms of everything they brought to the CT side. But man, Blackhand, yeah, they've looked incredibly strong with their resurgence. I mean, Emskids, they've got a bit of a rough buy on Jack B here. He's got no util. I don't think he has an upgraded sidearm. And Armor has gone amiss. It is just going to be the glass cannon for him in middle here. Spent all of his cash to bring the big green into the fray. Will he be able to capitalize with it? As Blackhand have certainly woken up. Dexter, again, going for the early peaks towards the top of a ramp, and he's found great success here thus far. Can he replicate it? No one peeking him from short side. They've learned from their mistakes on this one. Instead, the sandbag jump spot, I believe, does come in. He's not looking at the right angle in order to capitalize, but it's not going to really throw anything out the window just yet. Still, ample opportunity for both sides. As Cypher goes for a boost I've only seen very recently in the UK scene. I've not seen this boost pulled out before, and it's enjoyable to watch, but I've not actually seen it be particularly successful yet.
It's a tough one, right? The only way that this will work out for you is if that close player, as he comes up the top side, is looking towards sandbag, right? This is the angle it's designed for, and that's exactly what's happened. Fraser comes up, Cypher cuts him down, but traded with two kills back from Zulu. Zulu has been doing great work in these man disadvantage situations. We saw him get some big opening entries on the pistol round as well, and he's a man that really needs to show up as a win condition for this Blackhand side. 3 kills for him in the round as the bomb plant does go down. Jack B cuts him down though in return, and Moshi able to burn onto Timo. Jack B gets a kill onto Dexter through the smoke, and Joust there now called upon to clutch in the 1 versus 2. He knows where both players are for the time being, but in fact he's wary of a potential gap side play. The smoke in front of the bomb is going to make things a little bit difficult, but they don't have a kit. Joust there, he's able to cut down the AWP of Jack B, and Moshi whiffs the spray. Joust there, the hero this time round. Dexter and Joust there, the wombo combo to keep this game alive for Blackhand.
Did he just go and try to defuse the bomb but pick up an A1S instead because he didn't know where it was planted?
It looked like there was something like that going on, yeah.
Oh my good lord, Emskids, after bringing it back to a 2v1 from a 2v4, they just crumble. They crumble completely. They have the smoke wall. They just have to tap the bomb. They're unable to even find it in the midst of the chaos. And Blackhand, they've now only trailed by 2 rounds. It could very well be, as you said, an 8-7 half. It just looks so unrealistic. They were 8-2 down at one point. 4 times fewer rounds in their opposition, but now as they claw things back tooth and nail, 6 is already an incredibly respectful scoreline on the T side, and if they can find a 7th, they could well be winning this first map against all odds once again. The buy for Emskids, it is tragic. And Blackhand, look at the util alone. The util, the 4 rifles, the AWP, they've got every advantage they could possibly hope for. And it's just FAMASs in terms of rifles for the side of Emskids, and you know my feelings about the FAMAS, but Cypher doesn't give a damn. It's the 1 dig to start things off, and they will continue the fight for a 9-6 half.
Unbelievable opening kill there from Cypher. You can see why I was hyping up his deagle ability in the early stages of this first map. Joust there, a heavy hitter so far in the game, hits the ground, but Cypher traded back is a massive kill from Timo. Cypher had recovered himself an AK. That will now be dropped to the floor. Moshi is been in this position, aggressive on the B stairs 3 times so far in the half. And I wonder, surely at this point in the half, Blackhand have to be expecting him to be in a forward position like this. He's playing a nice off angle, but he misses his first opportunity on the jiggle of Timo. Now, the B bomb site is completely open for grabs. Crife's the first point of call on rotation, and Fraser's lurking middle cuts him down, no problem whatsoever. Massive damage dealt by Fraser onto Jack B as well. At least an AK recovered, but a one-man advantage as the bomb goes down. Joshua's on a fast flank, but he's given his position now away, and now he's in a 1 versus 3.
Yeah, Fraser, he's been in mid every single round, yet this is the one Emskids leave him unaccounted for. One of the worst they could have possibly done so. Timo seals the deal onto Joshua, meaning that we are going to an 8-7 half finish again against all odds as Blackhand, they win 5 rounds in a row to seal the half. And if they can bring this momentum onto their CT side pistol, then the Emskids are in serious, serious trouble. I'd argue an embarrassing finish to the half with how they started.
Yeah, definitely the case. But one thing to note is that in the game against Temperate yesterday, Blackhand, they had a 9-6 half, disadvantaged, and now they've managed to pull off a better half here against Emps Kids, surprisingly a better team. So they have come to play today, albeit in the later stages of that first half they showed up, but it's all right. They showed up is the main thing. Now, an all-important pistol.
Hold on, is that an Astralis pistol stack in middle?
It did look to be the case, but now the A play comes in, double smokes, is going to make sure that this bomb goes down safely. But Fraser opens things up with a kill through the smoke onto Crifes. Zulu spam as well has done such significant damage, and Blackhand are in a great position here to get this retake kicked off.
Yeah, and pushing through the smoke is Joshua, a very risky play because he pushes ahead of the flashbang. Moshi, though, good for a double. Joust their trade on back, but Jack B finds another. Jack B good for more. Jack B with a 3K to drag that pistol around into the favour of Emps Kids, and by God does he do it in style. They are going to secure themselves a lead for now, a 9-7 scoreline, but can they follow through with a conversion? We saw Blackhand lose a conversion back in the first half, which allowed things to spiral in the favour of Emps Kids, but now that Emps Kids have won that pistol, will the curse come back to bite them too?
Well, we know how the economy works these days. If Blackhand are able to win the 4-spy round in this situation, then it's Emps Kids who are going to be down to that 1.4k and essentially have no choice but to force up and then eco the following round if they were to lose that. So, if Blackhand win this round, they could find themselves in a better position than they would have been in had they even won that pistol. So definitely an opportunity for them to get themselves back into this one from the get-go. But thank God for that close half, because had it not been for that, Emps Kids might have been a few points away from a win already at this point.
Yeah, I'm excited to have a very close game for our grand finals, at least for the opening map. And Vertigo, another one of my favourites. It's a nice break from the norm of Mirage, Dust 2 and Inferno. But honestly, I'm excited to see Dust 2 as our next map because of well, the UK flair that often comes with it as Timo, he delivers a bit of flair of his own. Joshua goes down early after initially getting tagged by that scout on a ramp, and Cypher, well, Cypher's going to double up on his AK. Zulu cuts down Jack B, leaving us in the 3v2, but still a very winnable one with that AK picked on up. Oh, the grenade is brutal in towards Guardian position, where they have grouped up on the CT side, and it looks as if they still potentially want to go for this retake. Oh, Cypher! Oh, is that an ace?
Just one taps them both. I have no idea if he aced or... I think he did ace, actually. Jack B was the player who I noted as being the most amount of frags in the game, and Cypher's just overtaken him by 3 in one round.
He got at least 4 kills there. That was nutty from Cypher. I think he just aced. That is just incredible from the man. Okay, clearly he does not want to go down without a fight, and with that... I'm going to say ace. He brings himself onto a 10-7 scoreline with his team. And Blackhand, that is going to be a tough one to lose because of the fashion in which they lost it in. As you said, it's going to be just a very weak lack of investment here. They've got 2 flashbangs to rock up with their USPs. As much as a loss bonus will ensure that they can buy in the next round, this will allow Emps Kids to spiral further into double-digit territory. This should be an easy 11th round for the Emps Kids, unless Zulu can work black magic with that 5-7.
Zulu, definitely a player who's got a huge amount of individual skill, but with a 5-7 being the only upgraded pistol brought into this round, I think they may be asking a little bit too much of him. That being said, Blackhand have stacked the correct bomb site. Emps Kids look to be wasting no time as they line up utility to execute onto A. But look at this, the players all go flying out. They've been flashed. Jack B with 2 and Cypher with 3. The 2 heaviest hitters for the Emps Kids so far, both putting their name in the kill feed. And I tell you what, Jack B's going to be very happy with his HLTV stats for this map so far.
Yeah, also, Cypher loves an eco-frag. It happens time and time again. He's cutting them all down with his rifle, not letting the MAC-10 farm any extra cash. It's all about the rifle spray. And in fairness, it was a very nice spray. But that does leave Jack B still on the MAC-10 as they look to execute onto this B site. And thankfully, the flash is brilliant from Joshua as Jack B bags the frag and evens up the numbers. 4v4 ensues now but still technically an advantage for the CT side in terms of weaponry.
I like the reaction here from Emps Kids. They get that trade onto Timo. They know that space has to be filled over on the B side of the map, and they immediately react and head back to this A ramp side. Cypher's been lurking over here. He does get cut down, but he's covered a lot of ground. Ground that he knows now is clear for his team to progress up onto this A site. At least Blackhand have the advantage in terms of manpower. The utility is great for them as well. I would say that they have the advantage overall here, especially now as Zulu looks to fight on this gap side, gets the kill onto Jack B, a heavy hitter, but a good trade for Moshi through the smoke. Fraser's spam is perfect though, and now Moshi thrust into the 1 versus 3. Loads of HP to work with, but no bomb, and the smokes have now dissipated. He finds himself in a very difficult situation, and you can see how passive Blackhand are playing here. They're waiting for Moshi to make a play, come forward, try to get an opening pick so that they can react off the back of it. There's one. No immediate trade though, so space has been given to Moshi for the time being. He's aware now as to the position of the second man. He's able to cut him down, but Jouster, the hero from the heavens, does get the immediate trade, thank the Lord, because those trades looked a little bit sketchy for Blackhand for a moment in that 1 versus 3.
I mean, the lack of trades, I would argue, is what looked sketchy in that 1v3. But now Emps Kids, they've got another full buy coming into this one, but with the CT economy shattered off the back of only one surviving over, it's 3 MP9s, an M4 and an AK. Lots of util dumped early doors towards ramp as well. Valuable util that could again be used for the latter round stages. I'd say decent grenade. It tags up Christ, Cypher and Joshua a bit, and I would say normally that'd be good for an A1S or an M4 to capitalise on headshots, but there's still a lot of MP9s in play here, and it might still not be enough for them as Cypher proves that point exactly. Takes the head off Dexter. Zulu now peeks back on in, and he should be good for a frag here. In fact, there's a spam through the wall as Zulu will pick up 2 as a consequence. 4 versus 3 now for the CT side as they look to continue dealing the pain to Emps Kids. Jack B creeping around the short side, or fully scoped on in. Will he be able to win this opening duel? No, he can't, as Fraser drops the AWP, drops the bomb, and things start to get frantic again for Emps Kids. Moshi shot down through the smoke, is left in another 1v3 scenario.
Oh my lord, I'm so surprised that Zulu was able to get that second kill onto Cypher on that ramp side. That's what flipped this round on its head. And Cypher is normally so good in those positions to get immediate trades. This one eluding him. And yeah, Moshi once again, the exact same 1v3 scenario that we saw in the previous round.
Same positions almost.
Pretty much, with only the one man behind the headshot box instead. But this time he doesn't get anywhere near the clutch. Timo cuts him down immediately. AWP recovered as well, can be handed on over to Dexter. And Blackhand, they start to build up a little bit of an economy here with those saved rifles. Now, Emps Kids are on the back foot.
I mean, with that lack of bomb plant too, economy in the doldrums. It's pistols for Emps Kids. And as much as a Tech-9 rush can be a bit of a gimmicky round win, you do have to win the round in order to celebrate it. Jack B running up with Crow's early doors, and it is a 1-for-1 trade, netting them an open bomb site as Dexter misses a crucial shot. Joshua bags another, but Fraser's doing great work, and instead of planting the bomb, Joshua's going to swing. That could have been free money if he stuck the plant. Moshi could have covered, and now again, it's a 1v3. It's the same damn angles most of the time. Moshi peeks on in, and it's Moshi again in this scenario, and it's not like he's baiting, he's just not there in time as Jouster cuts him down again, and Emps Kids are on 11 to the 10 now of Blackhand off the back of a 3 rounds in a row streak.
I tell you what, that spray down hold from Fraser was absolutely necessary to keep the round in tow. 2 untraded kills from the AWP.
I mean, I'm having deja vu,
I
man.
know, awful stuff there. Dexter really needs to get 1 in that engagement on the gap side. Zulu a little bit too far ahead, perhaps a bit too aggressive against the low buy, which they must have been aware was coming in. But now, in round number 22, we do see a full investment come out for the side of Emps Kids. Jack B once again with the AWP in hand. So far, I haven't seen too much impact from Jack on the AWP on this T side. Of course, it's the more difficult side to AWP on. Everybody knows that. And Vertigo, a map that it is viable, but it's not the most viable map to AWP on a T side.
The thing I do want to point out, though, is Joshua throws away a chance of winning that previous round. Instead of sticking the bomb plant, he goes for a wild swing with the Tech 9 and doesn't wait for his teammate to be up with him for a double swing. But Cypher, he's going to swing on his own, and it will pay dividends as that's Dexter removed early. An incredibly impactful AWPer in this game, and Cypher, as he finds Fraser, can't quite seal the deal onto Zulu, but Jack B certainly can. That's the impact you were looking for, Icon, as Joust there. He will lob a grenade straight on through, but it does minimal damage as Joshua, well, he makes up for previous mistakes in taking down Joust there, leaving just Timo in the 1v4, already spotted, forced to fall away. He will sit patiently in CT, hoping that one of these rifle players pushes him so he can pick up an AK and save. But instead of going for the AK pickup, it looks as if he does just want to... I've never seen this off angle before. But Timo, yeah, he will be able to save by the looks of things. And with that, it's 12 to Emps Kids, but a rocky buy should be able to come in around that M4 in terms of an SMG Force investment.
It's a difficult decision, right, because you are getting to the later stages of this second half. Emps Kids now 4 rounds away from winning, and if you concede to an eco here, then you mean that you're going to put them 3 away from a win, essentially, right? I don't see that there's an argument to be made that you can invest into this round, but never mind, I'm completely incorrect as Fraser wants to double down on this investment here. There's going to have to be some aggression out of these MP9s if we want to see a successful round here for the Black and CT side. And Timo, the only real rifle brought into the round, is going to be called upon in a big way, but that's a very aggressive opening frag there. Jouster's done well to take down Cypher.
Well, it's because of a loss bonus that they wanted to force into that round. They were only on the single digit. As Dexter, well, is going to lose out on the opportunity for an opening frag, but Jack B isn't there to trade it out. Nade lobbed over the top, lands at the feet of a couple of Ts. Again, not the most amount of damage. Instead, it's Joshua and Criff stealing the paint. 4 versus 3 as they push up the A ramp once again. Molotov clearing out sandbags and a smoke to set up the wall. Joust there, he's locked out of the sight again. And when you don't have the utility to retake on A, it can be a nightmare as a CT because it is such a util-heavy retake.
Yeah, I think the save has to be called very soon here if they aren't able to get a kill on the Black Hand side. A lot of damage dealt onto Crifes there. But at this stage, you've only got the kit in play on the back of Timo. You do have a smoke, though. That's at least going for you. Laid out towards that gap side is going to allow the boys to get a little bit closer. Fraser's done an amazing bit of work here with these 2 opening kills. A third was on the cards, potentially, but he's been full blinded, and Timo's able to trade things out. A messy, messy retake, but it works out in favour of Blackhand. They keep this game going in a massive way, and now they really, really have a chance to pull ahead here.
Where the hell did that retake come from?
Fraser.
Well, yeah, Fraser. Everybody loves Fraser getting a double kill coming in there. And the flashbang, I mean, the flashbang was perfect. It does fall blind, both of the retaking CTs, but they just can't convert the sprays because I believe the top ramp player on that T side in the post plant was also fully blinded. And who would have thought that I'd be making fun of Emps Kids for not being able to capitalize on their post plant situations? They did have decent positioning there. They were just completely outgunned by an overconfident Fraser, but overconfidence was key in this one as he does get the opening double as we discussed. And now Blackhand, well, they may have an MP9 on Zulu, they may have limited utility across a couple of their players, but at least they have the confidence behind them, and they also have Jack B. Okay, he's not Glass Cannon, but he's got no utility of his own, and it's the same story for Moshi, which means it will be harder and harder for them to get into these post-plant positions in the first place.
Absolutely. No contesting from either side here in the early stages of our 24th round. We see a passive stance from the CT side, and Emps Kids creeping very slowly up the ramp. They're taking control of this A side of the map, and they've left, I believe, a lurker in the form of Jack B holding that angle towards middle, just to make sure that no CTs can get the information and potentially do an early flank around on this side if they do commit to the A-bomb site. 40 seconds on the clock, and now utility does start to come out from this T side.
Great molly from Dexter.
Yeah, a great molly in response from Dexter there, but This isn't the full execute just yet. They are now going to line up the
B.
smokes. Jack B's managed to get himself a collateral, traded out by Dexter. The A hit is coming in, and Zulu has gone uncleared for the time being.
Christ!
Dexter's run through the smoke with an AWP in hand, misses the only opportunity he was going to get for a shot, and now Timo, a 1v3 is demanded of you, my friend. If you want to keep this game in contention, then you have a decision to make now, and he's made it. Get the hell out of there, save that AWP, and bring it forward into the next round. Emskid's up to 13, Sneaky.
Icon, what the hell is this round again? This has just been maniacal through and through. 13 on the board for the T side off the back of Jack B's collateral in middle. I mean, it's a good job he was holding that rear flank, and because he gets that collateral, he spins one of the CTs to think that it's a B side execute because of how long he's waited, and the fact that the T side don't execute up ramp immediately, but then Dexter pushes through a smoke, he catches Christ with a knife in his hand, and he goes down to Joshua. I don't even know how to break that down, other than it was complete pandemonium. Well, you could say it was a complete pantomime, because it was just a case of he's behind you, and then everything gets shut down. 13-11 now, 2-round deficit for this CT side, a weaponry deficit too, and it's going to be a tough one for Black Hand to claw back. But we've seen again what a Deagle can do at a 13-11 scoreline. Will they be able to replicate yesterday's successes? And will it be Emskids finally finding their footing and spiraling this one too far out of reach? As Cypher again finds that entry frag, and Fraser, a kingpin of this CT side, will be falling to the wayside. In fact, he is the top fragger for this defense.
Yeah.
As he has had a lot of impact so far.
Yeah, if you wanted to take anyone out in the early stages of the round, Fraser is the man with the target on his back 100%. And Timo taken out through the wall as well. Dexter's not really in a position to handle this B split right now. He has managed to get himself in through to CT side. They haven't cleared him.
Oh no,
but
Dexter.
a missed shot. He's being hunted. Joshua cuts him down. And now the economy is in the bin for Blackhand. Jouster's not in a position to even really attempt this retake. In a 1 versus 5 with an MP9, what are you realistically going to do?
And you could tell that Dexter had given up after missing that AWP shot as well. He didn't even expect to have enough time to swivel back around. And because he was so unprepared for that fight, he isn't able to land the kill, isn't able to crucially save that AWP despite the drastically low economy. And, well, as you said, Jouster, he's not in a position to do anything. He's going to want to try and pick up a rifle to bring into the next round, but I think that might be a mission, well, a mission impossible. As Jouster sneaks around in the back line, does swing out, does catch Joshua off guard. Can he catch another? Not quite. Jack B dinked in the process, but seals the kill. 14-11 now. And this is where Black can have to play for overtime. I talked about this yesterday. I don't want to see a force buy. I want to see them play for 15.
Yeah. Absolutely. The loss bonus is now stacked up in their favour. At least they're going to get that 2.4k in the back pocket. So Joust there will have a decent buy. But the rest of the boys only on 3.4k. The lack of utility is going to be significant going into that full buy round, next round. Kills in a round like this are impactful, but not for the reason you'd expect. If they can get an extra $300 per kill with a USP, at least it will buff them up a little bit. Able to get enough the smoke out, a HE, something like that, could help them out massively when we find Emskids on 15. Of course, though, if any of these players on Emskids go down, it's not really the end of the world. Jack B's got plenty in the reserves, Moshi as well. Crifes, well, all of them sitting over 2k. They're not going to have any troubles whatsoever economically.
I mean, as long as they can survive with 2 or more players, which shouldn't even come down to that, yes, they will be fine. On the flip side, Blackhand, yeah, they need to pick up 1 or 2 frags here. I know it's just the USPs that they need every advantage they can muster coming into this final round, because it will be a rocky buy. They will be able to buy rifles, probably FAMASs if they want to go for that armor and util. Kits will probably be missing, which is always a scary prospect when you've seen how close some of these rounds have become. And now, as Emskids creep their way up this A ramp, they start to deploy. Well, okay, they try and deploy their util. They miss the easy molly as Blackhand. Well, this is a deadly 3-man stack towards the short side. This could actually come back to bite the Emskids if they're not prepared for this eventuality. But Cypher, again, he loves an eco frag. Christ as well picks up 3, and that is a tragic round for Blackhand. Now, with Emskids on 15 on that match point, They're looking to steal away their opposition's pick and set themselves up for a swift 2-0 on Dust 2 because, as we discussed, Dust 2 is these guys' playground.
Yep.
I don't think Blackhand will be able to compete at the same level as them. This needs to be an overtime.
Yeah, absolutely. We need to see Blackhand get their way back into this round. Dexter, with the rifle in tow here this time round on the CT side, and he's able to find impact immediately. Dexter on the CT side of Vertigo is much better with the rifle than the AWP from what we've seen so far. Timo's able to get a kill back, takes a flash to the face though, but a dink on Tomoshi is significant at this stage as Jouster is able to trade. A 4 versus 2 advantage for the CT side. A massive grenade, and that means Jack B and Cripes are able to activate onto the site. What was a 4 versus 2 becomes a 2 versus 1. Zulu's positioning is being overlooked for the time being. A 1v1 coming down. Jack B versus Zulu. Jack B doesn't take the bait. He hits the shot, and Emps Kids go up 1-0 in the series. Ladies and gents, they take Blackhand's map pick away from them, and going into Dust 2 next, they have lined themselves up perfectly for that 2-0 grand finals.
Oh, I mean, what a way to finish. And impeccably played there by Jack B. As soon as the bomb planter goes down, he knows he can win this. He has the information, and also very well played to have the awareness to make sure you're not planting 4 stairs, which you're unable to cover at the time. And yeah, what looked like an incredibly close affair through and through does slip a little out of the hands of Blackhand toward the end. And yeah, with that, a very solid game from Emps Kids, despite the earlier mistakes and despite throwing away what could have been a very advantageous CT half. But yeah, enough of our ramblings, ladies and gentlemen. We will be back in just a couple of minutes with the second map of Dust 2. Don't go anywhere until then. We'll see you in a few moments.
Hello, overclockers. Welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's APIC when you need him?
Somebody, how long he will be on my mind.
Moving like a soldier. Moving like a soldier.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our third and final day here at EPIC36. Teams have been and gone, Titans have fallen, and we find ourselves with Blackhand versus the Emps Kids, a 1-0 lead going into their map pick for the Emps Kids. And oh lord, this one might be all said and done very, very soon, Sneaky.
Well, let's not underestimate Blackhand. They do have the buff of the fact that it is a grand finals. You know, you don't want to go home with your tail between your legs. You want to deliver as good a fight as possible. But talking about as good a fight as possible, I definitely think they should have done better on their own map pick. Vertigo ended 16-11 in favour of the Emps Kids, and whilst it was an incredibly competitive series all the way through, despite Emps Kids having a dominant start, yeah, they just sort of disappeared in the last 5 sort of rounds. They were competitive in some of them, but they just couldn't get anything over the line. And a couple of clutches, a couple of close affairs. Yeah, it was just rampant craziness through and through. And with that, Emps Kids, yeah, they got the map up and they're looking strong to go on Dust 2, one of the favourites of a couple of these players.
I think the trouble for Blackhand on that CT side was the fact that they just weren't able to cut their losses in certain situations. When you get to Counter-Strike being played at this level, there needs to be an element of discipline in your play style. Knowing when to go for the trade, knowing when not to go for the trade, knowing when to get that kill and back away. You know, there's a lot of situations where it's fine if you're able to just get the one trade, fall back away, let the bomb go down and play for that retake. And I don't feel like we saw that enough from the Blackhand side. They tried running through smokes. They tried to hold bomb sites where they didn't have the manpower to do so.
Yeah.
And in the end, it didn't work out in their favour. I believe it was a 16-11 finish in favour of the Emps Kids. And now we go to their map pick on Dust 2, a game... or a map, excuse me, where they are very, very comfortable. I casted them versus Temperate yesterday, and they absolutely ran through the Temperate boys, no problem whatsoever.
Did they start on T-side as well?
They started... Oh, yeah, it was their map pick, so they started T-side as well, and absolute stomping.
Yeah, a 16-7. It's clear to see this is a map they're very comfortable on, and it's a map they're comfortable pugging on. Because, as we said, this is a mix, and when you're able to go free reign, play that more puggy style, especially when you're confident in your aim, like these guys clearly are, yeah, that's when you can really deal the pain to a pre-standing roster. And it often comes that like X-Mad Lions, as an example, were able to win Republic because of the fact they weren't practicing together. They were just doing the most random thing they possibly could, and because they have the aim to back it up, they won rounds, they won games, they beat top 10 in the world teams because it was so unexpected. It's so hard to deal with players who were just running around like headless chickens with a rifle in their hand, because you try and use your set pieces and they're completely useless against a team like Emps Kids. That's the comparison I was going for.
Yeah, no, I'm with you all the way, mate. 100%. Mixes are so unpredictable, so... unpredictable times 2, I guess, is what I'm going for. They are really all over the place, but when you back that up with an individual level that this team brings to the table, especially when you have a man like Cypher dropping like 30 kills in that last match. Jack B was up somewhere like 26 as well. And here we go, we get things kicked off. Timo, the first man to be called upon, and a double set up towards Long. A good trade from Zulu, but only good for the one. And Joshua, a great 2 entries on the long side. Not a lot of utility to allow a safe cross here, however, just the one flash on the back of Moshi. And it's up to Fraser, who's holding the line right now from CT Spawn, to put a stop to this long cross.
I'm surprised they've not committed more bodies to the A site already. I know they haven't finished the cross, but at the same time, they don't have any control of short. They've not pushed the affair in middle. And Jack B now, well, he's walked all the way up short. They've got all the information they could possibly need on the side of Emps Kids. And Fraser, is he going to go for a Kukli style? Not just yet, but... well, does attempt it, doesn't land the kill, and with that man advantage retained for Emps Kids, and instead it's Fraser to get dinked on down. Jack B capitalizes, and Dexter, well, he does trade one back, but Moshi's not been cleared yet, and he's got a brutal P250, and he's not going to do much with it. Dexter through the wall catches Moshi, it's still going, Jouster, 1v1! No! There's no way, Jouster! Not like this in the opening round! And Blackhand, they steal it away! He runs out of ammunition on Long and Jouster. That is just daylight robbery!
3 HP, the difference maker. between Blackhand and Emps Kids when it's all said and done. Joust there spins on his heels, complete 180, and is able to make the adjustment onto that quick headshot. Credit to him for that. That is exactly the start that Blackhand needed into this game, but we've seen them struggle against these forced buy investments here, Sneaky. They have to convert here, and if they aren't able to do so, Emps Kids can get the momentum swinging back in their favour straight away.
That is a huge throw from Emps Kids, though. That round was there, said and done. The plant was free. They just had to sit back. Even if they know that Joust there is low, even if they know exactly where he is, you don't need to swing him one by one at the very least. And with the P250 not getting reloaded in the car position, well, as you said, it comes back to bite them. 3 HP was all that was in that round. And now, with a forced investment into this round for Emps Kids, if they lose again, that doesn't set them up in the best of positions early doors on their T side. Fraser spots a lot of these Emps Kids players running his direction, though. The smoke will be deployed. And it's a 2v5 on this bomb site with Fraser starting strong. Joust there with a huge double.
Oh.
Joust there makes it 3, and this man is multi-kill central from the get-go.
Yeah, great stuff there on the site defense from Joust there. Fraser committed, he smoked off the double doors, and he played behind the smoke, so any T's come running through, they are grey screen still, but he can see the gun barrel. So well played there, he gets the kill that he needed, and Joust there on the rifle mops up everybody else. So, great stuff there from Blackhand. It got a little bit close for a second there, but well contained. And now Emps Kids, they concede. They go back down to the Deagle round. And I wonder, will we be seeing any Deagle heroics from Cypher and Jack B this time?
Well, it starts off pretty rough. Moshi actually to find the 1D onto Fraser to trade. So, well, they do at least keep things costly and slightly competitive. But Zulu with the MP9, I reckon he just mops up in middle here. And yeah, that is really impressive stuff from Zulu. The long-range MP9 kill and still readjusting as much as the pressure was being applied from the double doors players on the CT side. Emps Kids with what they were able to pull off in the last map, I would have thought there would have at least been another kill coming through there with the upgraded pistols. But Blackhand, 3-0 start, very strong. If Emps Kids lose this one, the opening gun round, especially against the bonus buy of Blackhand, they're going to be put in a nightmare scenario. And risky util thrown there by Blackhand, but they don't show themselves towards the AWPer, and actually a decent amount of damage as Zulu. Oh, it's a good effort, but instead it's Dexter to find the frag.
Oh, Jack B looking to go for the trade here, but this is the discipline that I was talking about. Blackhand, they cut their losses here. They make sure that they get the advantage, and then they concede the control that they'd previously taken. They readjust and change their positioning, and this has put them in a great position here. An angle being held by Dexter is perfect for a frag, and Fraser peeks off the back of it, and a nicely done round there from the Blackhand CT side. This is looking good so far, Sneaky. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but Blackhand, a little bit more discipline in the playstyle. They've reacted well to some situations as well. The utility there towards long to take down Moshi was perfect, so good stuff so far.
Yeah, it was a lot less risky than I thought it would be. I thought he was going to go full blind and swing too far because the flashbang does hit him. But no, great discipline. And as you said, the util is good. But what's even better in that round is a fantastic top mid play. They charge 4 CTs up the straight up middle, and they do lose the opening man, but they trade it quickly. Jack B is isolated on the AWP. He's not able to find that second frag. And yeah, with that Blackhand 4-0 up, and whether this is technical or tactical, I could not tell you. But as it continues to ensue, Kreitz, he does have an AK here, but that will be a hero AK to the best of my knowledge. Maybe even a mistake buy with the way that the Emps economy is looking. Blackhand, though, yeah, they are no slouch in terms of weaponry, and also Just there, no slouch. 5-0 early doors. As he has an AK and full util to bring into the fray in round number 5.
Yeah, Crife's going for this investment here. My heart tells me that that is an accident, and they're just going to commit to the hero AK as a result of it. So, fair enough. We do see hero AKs more commonly than we used to do anyway, so there's definitely an argument to be made for it. But
well, it's full loss bonus as well, so we can always bring out
True.
that Galil in the next round, and the rest of the team can afford a buy. This is just a let's deal as much damage as possible scenario if it was an intentional purchase. But I do hear a lot of typing right now, and we do have a round reset. I don't know.
It was an accident.
No, would you reset a round from misbuy though? I don't think that's allowed. I don't really know what's happened there.
That's exactly what's happened. He's
it
misbought and they've asked for a restart. So the admin has permitted them to do such a thing. And we do see that occasionally happen in professional play where they go for a restart. It's not the most common thing in the world, I agree with you. Perhaps he just fat-fingered his keyboard, some situation like that.
I don't know if that's in the rules, though. Can we get a confirmation from production as to why we had a round restart? Oh, well, they'll check back in with us in a moment. But what Emps Kids need to check is the fact that Joustaire's peeked up from underpass. And Joshua, he does trade things out fairly nicely, but I don't know how much further they can go in this 3v4. Again, only that single rifle now on Cypher. And Blackhand, yeah, it's a pretty solid looking round thus far, especially with Fraser.
They've got full range of the map entirely, right? So they've got full control of middle. Fraser's here on rotation to help out Timo, and a lovely little adjustment onto the head of Cypher. Moshi now with a rifle picked up. He has got armor to work with, but he just keeps getting continuously flashed. A nice 3k there from Fraser in the end, and a 5-0 start for Blackhand on the map pick of their opponent is a great spot to be in right now.
Yeah, it's very, very solid stuff. And if they can continue this dominance on the CT side, if they can bag themselves 10 rounds, I'm going to say 10 rounds, it's ambitious because this is still Emps Kids map pick and it is still early doors. If they can find that, they can win this. And I would have every confidence in them. Fraser, though, every confidence in his own abilities as he creeps up, sees the elbow. Brilliant frag onto Jack B as he swings on out. And that early aggression again rewards Blackhand. There is nothing Emps Kids can do to trade this as Christ is too slow in retaliation. And the smoke and Molotov will be rattling through the double doors in order to try and distract from the fact that long is where they're hitting. And it does draw attention over towards middle, but not enough to really warrant, I'm going to say, a successful round for Emps Kids here. Blackhand just look too good right now.
Yeah, the setup on the correct side of the map as well. We've got two players behind this smoke setup.
Oh,
and
Zulu man.
And Fraser are able to cut players down before they're even managed to make it to the ramp side. Joshua has crept his way on up here. He's been spotted out by Dexter's AWP, but cut down. Timo deals with Moshi in the meantime, and another for Timo as well. So very nicely done once again for the Blackhand side. And that whole round stemmed from the get-go of Fraser's bold push through that mid-smoke. Knows Jack B sits in the position to hold the short side, and he's able to get the opening kill on an unsuspecting AWP. Great stuff from Blackhand so far. I'm actually very, very impressed with the way that they're playing their Dust 2 CT side, considering that this is not their map pick.
Yeah, and also CT side is often a point of struggle for a lot of teams on Dust 2, more recently than not. And I'm not entirely sure what it is. I guess it is the fact that rotations are a little complex, and this is probably the best map for selling fakes. There's a lot of util finicky stuff you can get done, but Joshua, he's not going to get finicky about things. Instead, he decapitates Timo on the entry, and Emps Kids finally have an opening frag. It's something they've been struggling with for quite a while now because of Blackhand's unprecedented aggression, but it happens again. Fraser, in middle, takes out the AWP player of Jack B. And, well, Dexter is looking to do some damage with his own AWP as the Molotovs, the flashes, the smokes, they rain on in. Then Joshua catches the opener. Dexter to trade one, not the second, as Cypher shuts him down. Finally, a man advantage for this T-side. And as the digits are punched into that bomb, Joustaire, an absolute mischievous player, will have backhand from Fraser. Fraser catches one, Joustaire the next. Joshua in the 1v2, dancing around the back of Goose, looking frantically towards short. He doesn't realise that both players have jumped off. They've gone for the boost, but that might have come back to bite them instead. It's Joustaire to swing on in. Beautiful double swing in the end of things. And the AWP retrieved the round one again for the CT side. And that's 7-0 now to Blackhand as Emps Kids are getting absolutely steamrolled on their T side.
Wow, that boost actually scared me there. Not the most wise decision to go for a boost in that situation. It does offer up a 1v1 gunfight to them. At least Joustaire is able to swing out in time to get the immediate trade. But had they just both swung up the ramp side, I would make an argument that that was the safer decision in that situation. Anyway, they win the round out, so we won't talk about that one too much. Cypher wants to just straight disrespect his way into the B-bomb site. Timo's been cut down by Jack B as well in the meantime, and this round is looking so so good for the Emps kids already. Ryoshua with his second kill of the round, and Jack B with another as well. And only one frag going the way of Blackhand in this round means that Emps kids, they get their foot in the door and they make a bit of a statement there on this round. It shows that they have come to play here. They've woken up a little bit, because so far the individual aim has been lacking a little bit.
I mean, yeah, they had to make a statement in that round, because otherwise they were getting bodied. The money is good enough for a reinvestment on the CT side, because they have been usually keeping 3 or more players alive, as much as a couple of these rounds have been down to the wire. Jouster has been consistently able to clutch them over the line. Imagine what a different game we'd be seeing here if the pistol round had been won by Emps kids, as it arguably should have been. And also, we have to factor in the mental game of the screams and cries in that land hall. We've heard already that Kreitz has been going nuts on that previous game, so I imagine the Blackhand BM will be coming back even stronger now that it's Emps kids who have fluffed so many of that lines in the early doors of Dust 2. And talking about early doors, Fraser early out of double doors every single round, finding that kill into Jack B, ruining his confidence, but this time he does win that opening AWP duel. Timo with the trade, 4v4 ensues, but the CTs, they're getting aggressive through that smoke as Jouster, he holds the line, so does Zulu. Fraser bagged another, and Emps kids, just as they show a glimmer, a silver lining of good gameplay. Jack B finds a no-scope, can't quite find the 180 onto the CT player. That was almost a great clutch attempt.
If he had hit that second shot, I could have mistaken Jack B for Simple for a split second there.
Yeah,
because that no-scope was
something.
crispy. Nicely done in the end there by Blackhand. The B defense was very effective. They have the double set up towards that car side, and the kills just come well in their favour. I do have to credit Timo, though. His spam through the smoke made it all the more doable for those B defenders, taking down a player. And as I talk about the man, he puts another 2 kills in the feed and gives a massive advantage to the CT side of Blackhand once again. Aggression up top middle has been checked for by Christ, but that's the bomb dropped outside the long doors. Cypher's walked all the way through B, but it's kind of irrelevant at this point because there's no ground to be covered without the bomb. What can you do in this situation? Moshi's elsewhere on the other side of the map with an AWP in hand.
Hold on, Cypher, this is a knife.
He's
How the
looking
hell
for
has
someone
Cypher
else.
gotten here?
He's looking for someone else.
Oh no! Oh, he's been spotted, but Dexter is unable to find the frag. Cypher's trigger discipline almost comes back to bite him, but thankfully he bites first. Moshi now peeking his way through the long doors, doesn't want to push through that smoke, especially not with an AWP just yet. But they've got a good idea of where the CTs are. They've encapsulated them in a tiny area of the map towards T-spawn, but Jouster, he's expecting this mid-peak. Cypher has to be on the ball, and he's looking the wrong way. Continues to creep round that corner, sees the head of the first, and Jouster will go down. Cypher, I still don't know how the hell he made his way through to the backlines of CT, but it's not going to matter, as Fraser and Zulu, they're going to seal the deal, and Blackhand, they find themselves a 9th.
An incredible CT side from the Blackhand side so far. Yeah, Cypher, he managed to creep out through B. He must have caught some timing on the player, Dexter, holding the AWP, because Dexter was, I think he actually turned and looked at him and thought, hang on, you're not on my team, and then got shot in the face.
It took us a minute to notice too, as Yosha, well, he notices Timo in the open, thankfully, but Zulu, he's got the elevated angle. Only a single frag. Dexter now has to go big with this AWP, dancing around the ninja boxes. But Emps kids, again, they've let themselves a decent chance at a round.
Emps kids do not read this position right now. They're not bursting. They're not dumping utility on it. And you can see through the radar that not a single player on the Emps kids side has even faced somewhat in this direction. Not wary of Dexter's angle. I like the patience from Dexter so far, but he needs to activate at some point as this utility comes in. Now he begins to peek out. The scope will have been heard, and he hits the quick flick onto Moshi through the box. Jouster able to finish that one off. There's no smoke to deal with Cypher's AWP, holding the bomb from all the way at the back of long. Cypher chimes in, Crife's good for 1, and Cypher once again, the second round on the board for the Emps kids on their map pick, and maybe we can start to see them get back into this one. We could see the 9-6 half very, very possibly still, considering the economy situation now for the Blackhand side.
Also, just a quick callback to the round that was reset. It wasn't because of a misbuy, it was due to a tech issue. I was going to say, I don't think it's it's in the rule book that you can reset if you miss spawn, because that is definitely a function that would be abused. Oh, but talk about abuse. Krives abused by a 4-stack of pistols towards A long. They do get one for a bit of good measure, but the bomb now can be picked up and taken over to the empty B site. Jack B on that AWP does miss an opening opportunity for a frag towards CT, but he's not going to be too upset about that. It is just the pistols outside of Jouster on the saved over rifle. They will be looking to try and find a frag onto him, but Cypher, yeah, he's doing the dirty work thus far. Jouster sits towards the A long doors, realizes it's not really worth going for this frag. It won't do much to aid his own situation, especially if he goes down. And with that, EMS Kids, they do pick up 3. And as you said, there is potential for 6 rounds and a half, but a long way to recovery.
Yeah, so after this round loss, 2-round loss bonus, so $2,400 injected into the back pocket of all of the Black Hand members. Jouster, an argument could be made to go hunting for some kills, but in the later stages of the half, it's not going to have as much impact as you would like. Goes down anyway, not able to bring that AK-47 forward into the round. And now, as a result, in fact, he goes down to an MP9 on Dust 2. An MP9, when you've got long gunfight engagements, he's going to have to find a way to have some impact here with this gun, and it looks like they're sending him straight out towards the long side. In fact, no, he's B. Dexter cuts down Krives early on, able to get the first frag of the round and the second onto Joshua as well, as the long hit is completely dismantled. EMS Kids immediately redirect. They head towards the short, and they're keeping up the pace that they started this round off with. No fear from them. Moshi with a huge entry kill, and a second for Moshi as they enter into the A bomb site. Cypher's aware of this third man in CT, able to get the kill onto Timo, and the second onto Jouster, but Dexter to trade. They get it done in the end. Such a fast round from both sides, and I like the EMS Kids, even though they lost the 2 initial kills on that long take, they weren't deterred. They tried just to speed things up down the short catwalk instead, and they almost got it done. But
I mean,
hand up to 10.
Yeah, props to Cypher for the effort, but shout out to Dexter for, again, the prominent CT rifling, not AWPing. Picks up 4 in that one, a hero for his squad, and EMS Kids denied that opportunity for 6. Now they're pushing for 5. They do have the buy for it again. Because of the amount of economic damage they deal in these closer rounds, the CTs have been forced onto a FAMAS and 2 SMGs, but Zulu doesn't give a damn about what weaponry he's been dealt. Well, apparently he does, but Fraser catches the kill instead. Krives will fall to the wayside. And with that, EMS Kids again have a disadvantage, and they don't have Jack B with them to take this bomb site instead. They got Moshi finding the head of 1, looking for the second, and he will capitalize. Brings it back into a 3v3, and with a little bit of utility left, they are still in an advantage position. Timo being boosted up though, could try and deny something instead. It's Timo doing the boosting. Moshi decapitates Fraser, and it's a 3v2. Make that 3v1 as Moshi, he's a monster, and he's gonna find all of them. What an incredible round for Moshi, by God! EMS Kids needed a hero, and Moshi will step up to the plate.
Wow, what a round from Moshi. In the round prior as well, Moshi showed up in a big way. He's really come to life in the latter stages of this first half, and it's going to be up to him to continue this. Make sure EMS Kids can get their 5th round on the board here, because it's kind of a minimum 5 rounds on this T side of Dust 2. It is a slightly CT-sided map in the current meta since the changes that they've made to that T spawn side, but they're bringing the pace down long once again. Moshi here to lead the charge. So much utility going back and forth. But Zulu is able to get the kill, traded away. Fraser's flank has been cut down immediately, and this round has fallen by the wayside for the Black Hand side. They had no real investment into the round with just the upgraded pistols. Timo will cut down Jack B, but straight away traded, and Jouster, the final man in the dirt. 10-5 on EMS Kids map pick. And now Black Hand, they need to follow through, take this one to a map 3, which of course, Sneaky, would be overpass if we can get there.
Yeah, despite my Moshi Monsters references, that was a serious finish to the half. And EMS Kids, well, they've got a lot of catching up to do, as they really got dealt a killing blow consistently there by Black Hand. Fraser, again leading the charge for this Black Hand side, has a lot of responsibility with that utility early doors. Smoke already expended, but Jack B getting aggressive up a long this early. Is he going to push the affair through double doors? Yes, he will. He even hears the catwalk players rushing down towards middle. This is a huge flank from the man. It'll have so much information packed behind it as Dexter attempts to push on through. Gets spotted immediately by Moshi. Great crossfire. Fraser, though, misses an opportunity. Dink down himself and cut through by Jack B on the rear flank. It's a 5v3, but they do run lower tunnel, and they will remove the flank.
The A bomb site is completely open right now. Blackhand, of course, they're not going to be aware of it, but they have spotted 3 players contesting the fight in middle. They rush themselves over to the site. They're going to be able to get a bomb plant at the very least. Timo punching in the numbers. Joust there to defend, but he can't get anything done. And now Timo called upon in a 1 versus 4. He gets the first kill on the ramp. The second jumping around in the air. And Moshi's able to get that kill over the line. Emps kids take the pistol round that they so direly needed at this stage in the game.
Yeah, with that pistol round secured, they have an opportunity to capitalise on the conversion and the follow-through. But I reckon Blackhand will be going for the force buy here. It's Dust 2. It's typical fashion. Grab a couple of Galils. There we go. And just run your way out long like a madman. But they don't appear to be looking towards long. Or at least not the first man in. Bomb on the back of Fraser. And they go for a slower playstyle here despite their force buy investment and rush utility in tow. The Desert Eagle of Fraser has been impeccable thus far, the entire tournament. Jouster on his Tech 9, also finding impact, but Emps Kids again, the superior weaponry. And Jack B, he loves his scope weapons, gone for the AUG in this scenario, which does sometimes help with the incredibly long-range fight of Dust 2. Joshua doesn't give up his cubbyhole position and falls away without getting tagged by the molly, so that's not information gained just yet for the side of Blackhand. Instead, Cypher, well, he's about to gain a lot of information as they push towards his position, and he will go down to Medeagle. Christ unable to trade, means it's an advantage to Blackhand.
Christ has taken a lot of damage on that initial engagement as well. Right now, Blackhand are in a great position if they want to commit to this A site hit. Joshua on the ramp, and Christ dedicated himself towards long, but no utility for these CTs as the Ts come barreling up the short side. Joshua and Christ, though, the crossfires are impeccable. Moshi's rotations here in time as well, and Joust there with Jack B's recovered org in hand has got it all to do in a 1 versus 3 situation.
But look at the health on them though. It is certainly doable. He just needs to isolate these fights. 100 HP versus a combined total of less.
Good smoke.
Again, yeah, it's a good smoke, but it's an even better shot from Moshi. Beautifully done. Jouster will fall, and that's 7 on the board for Emps Kids. Money now in the bin for the Blackhand side. They can go for the upgraded pistols, and Fraser certainly jumps at the opportunity, but Emps Kids, they need to jump at this one to find themselves that all-important 8th, find that 3 in a row, and Jack B, after his expensive AUG investment, will be back down to the auto-shotty, but an auto-shotty against pistols is not only fun to watch, but it can also be a cash cow when implemented correctly.
Yes, absolutely. Jouster and Fraser, the only individuals who have actually brought an upgraded pistol into the round, and Cripes mops up 4 quick kills and an ace for Cripes. I can hear him screaming in my ears right now, and he's nowhere near us. That is how loud Cripes likes to get. He's got the Joker laugh. We saw it at the last Epic event when he was playing with Dusty, and honestly, sometimes I hear it in my sleep. It's that terrifying.
He haunts me in my dreams, man, and that's the effect he's going to have on Blackhand as they can't even slip away a single kill, a single rifle. But Fraser isn't going to be the man to entry. Instead, it's Moshi again onto Timo. Timo's had rotten luck in the past couple of rounds, just getting bullied first down. Fraser takes a bit of chip damage from that HE raining into pit. But otherwise, things have again slowed down, except Jack B. He's not slowed down at all. I don't know what I'm talking about. That's a massive early rear flank, clearing out all of T-Spawn. And if he picks up the pace a little, he might even be able to join the gunfight before Cypher kills them all. Although, talking of Cypher killing them all, it's Fraser and Joshua instead to deal the pain. Fraser's still alive, 1v2, and he's very, very aware of this rear flank potential. He can now isolate these duels. The Emps Kids boys, they just need to play this one together and play this one safely.
Yeah, the presence of mind there from Fraser to Molotov off Jack B on the long flank just really shows his experience here, but he hasn't considered it for long enough. Jack B with a bit of a whiff spray, but he will convert it in the end. And Emps Kids now, they get things up to a 1-round deficit between them and Blackhand. And Blackhand, once again, the economy not in a great position. They have no choice but to go down onto a half investment. In fact, Fraser, yeah, loss bonuses are well in tow for them to get a Galil out in play as well. So at least they'll be able to have somewhat of a competitive round. They have some util and pistols to work with, and a fast, long play coming out from the T side of Blackhand. Joust there to open things up with a kill onto Jack B.
Jack B's had a pretty rough game of it so far. As much as his flanks have been impactful, outside of those flanks, on the AWP itself, he really has been struggling. And, well, there is a train coming through. Joust there will fall as Cypher bangs another in mid. Crifes does catch Fraser, but Dexter's still fighting with the Tech 9. And the health is pretty good still on these two T players. Galil picked up. Joshua misses the opening opportunity, but catches Zulu off guard, leaving just Dexter in the 1v3. Does bait out the shot successfully, but Joshua, what a flick! PD50 decapitates Dexter where he swings, and that is a 10-10 scoreline with Emps Kids picking up 5 CT rounds in a row, looking to deal the same level of pain straight back to Blackhand that was done unto them in the first half. And, well, can I just take you back to that Temperate game? Temperate started on that CT side, right?
Yeah.
Do you know how many rounds that they picked up on that CT side versus how many they picked up on T?
Off the top of my head, I think Temperate had 4 rounds.
So Temperate had 4 CT rounds
Yes.
and 3 T. Well, Blackhand so far have 0 T rounds, so they will be looking to improve on that figure shortly. Into the 4v4 we go early doors though, as Joshua is going to boost his teammate up above this smoke, see if they can catch Fraser off guard, but oh, Fraser, he's sneaky with it. He's hiding underneath the boxes and Cypher's looking the wrong way.
Ooh. He's found a little gap here, in fact, Fraser, hasn't he? Crifes has got a very forward position towards this long side, but you can see Fraser calling everyone from the Blackhand side back over to this B bomb site. The rotation of Cypher is dealt with by Fraser, and that's a massive kill to get at this stage, and it isolates Moshi inside this B bomb site. Moshi good for another kill with those 5 bullets in hand, but Zulu trades out. 2 versus 2 situation as the bomb site is now in the hands of the Blackhand side. But look, we've already got a fast flank coming in from Crifes. Joshua being the man of distraction, throwing utility out. The smoke begins to fade, and surely they have to consider the fact that this could be a split on a retake here. Joshua still activating, making so much noise. They're going to be aware of Timo's position somewhat, and he's unable to get the first kill onto Crifes. Another successful CT round for Emps Kids. That puts them in 6 in a row, and now for the first time on our second map, they take the lead.
That had to be a round for Blackhand. That absolutely had to be. And, well, harking back to yesterday's problems of failing their post plants, that's going to be a tough loss to swallow, especially when they had good positioning. And they still had a bit of util left, if I'm not mistaken, that could have been used to force away those CTs, run that clock down and just win on time. But that's not going to happen. It's Emps Kids again capitalizing as Blackhand. They've got another buy to come through here. And a lot of util courtesy of that bomb plant. But Jack B, again, watching patiently towards the middle. Oh, flashed off the angle at just the wrong time. But Jack B goes back for the swing and finds the frag. Dexter, though, finds one of his own. And Cypher forced to trade again. 3v3 ensues. And it's just all over the shop in the early stages of these Dust 2 rounds. And Mochi, oh, he gets them off guard again. Good for the double. Fraser 1v2. And it's Cypher and Joshua to again deal a killing blow. But it will be a post-plant situation more than likely. No, Fraser's going good. Will hunting.
I absolutely love this from Fraser, not committing to that plant, but he's not able to win the fight against Joshua. The door was being shut behind him by Cypher as well. That's why that decision could have been so impressive had he picked up the kill on the lurking player in middle. But now I'm getting very, very concerned for Blackhand's T side.
I mean, this reminds me of Eco from the last finals. They were 11-4 up, and then they just threw it all away. Emps Kids are doing the exact same. They are the Dusty in this situation.
Absolutely, and we can see a pause comes out for the Blackhand side, just having a little conversation about the money situation, about how they want to play out this half investment round.
The lack of bomb plant was so costly as well. They could have gone for the full buy round if that bomb had been planted, because look, they still have 1.5k left, and they've got util, and they've got upgraded pistols. It's just, I understand the decision making from Fraser, but I think the bomb plant was the more important factor in that scenario, and then you can walk through the double doors as Jack B walks straight into a bunch of pistols. Good for the double. Oh, good for this quick scope onto Fraser. Joust there, 1v5, and well, he does pick up 2 for good measure as Joshua quickly removes him from play. 13-10 now, and how many rounds in a row is that? I do believe that's 8, Icon. 8 rounds in a row on the CT side for EMS Kids, and I think one of our points was CT sides are normally a little bit more rocky with mixed teams. EMS Kids, they're like, no, screw you, we're just going to win out in a dominant fashion, and Blackhand have looked miserably poor on their T side thus far.
Yeah, but one player I want to highlight here for the EMS Kids side is Moshi.
Yeah,
he has had
absolutely.
such incredible impact on both sides. In fact, we saw him get the ace on that T side as well. He's been very aggressive towards these upper B tunnels, and it's yielded a lot of map control for the EMS Kids side. In this round, a different approach from the Blackhand boys. They've approached middle early on. We haven't really seen too many aggressive long takes from them so far in this half, and maybe that's coming back to bite them, as EMS Kids do seem to have free reign of the entire map every single round. Jouster, wise to Moshi's tricks at this stage in the half, though, will cut him down on the aggression, but Joshua and Jack B answer straight back with a couple of kills of their own, taking the advantage for the EMS Kids side.
Timo, though, immediately decapitating Crive straight on back. Joshua, again, trades things into the 2v2 as Zulu finds a frag of his own, but goes back to pick up the bomb, and Cypher, that's so intelligently played, hiding in the smoke for the entire time, leaving poor old Timo in the 1v2. Can't even find the first, and Cypher shuts him down. Ladies and gents, it's 14-10 to EMS Kids. They've just picked up 9 CT rounds in a row, and Blackhand have 0 answer. They can't really buy up in this round. You can bring some pistols to the fray, but what have they really been doing for you in any round up to this point? You may as well just go full cold turkey, run into it with just the Glocks, so you can at least stand a full by chance to the next with all the bells and whistles. Christ does get caught out with his over-aggression, though. Down he goes, and Jack B could be in trouble here. Molotov deployed, they're running straight through it, finds but no scope, not the second, but no, it's a team kill from Jouster. He's even up the numbers for them, and now it's Joshua and Moshi to deal a killing blow, and Moshi, well, he struggles early doors, as this could be a save round from the CTs. Maybe the first of the entire Dust 2 game.
Yeah, the economy is quite strong, actually. They could definitely consider going for this one, especially if they can get an early kill. They've got some utility in the hands of Joshua as well. So, how do they choose to plan this? You can see that they've decided to go for the save call now, back on away, and a absolute important round for Blackhand to take from them there. That's the half buy investment now. The economy is going to be massively buffed off the back of this one. They're going to be able to bring in full rifles and full utility into round number 26, no problem whatsoever. There's some quick maths for you. I had to, oh god, that was a tough one.
It's okay, it's okay. There's a reason that this is our day job. But moving into the day jobs of these guys on the server, well, it's fragging out and winning rounds. And Blackhand, they finally won a round. That's half the job done. EMS Kids, they do get 2 players saving. They do keep that AK up into the next. And actually, that's definitely going to benefit them, because Joshua can now save that money for an emergency come a later round. But with that 9-round streak coming to an end, another timeout has been called, whether that's by EMS Kids or Blackhand, I'm not entirely sure, but that will quell the momentum that Blackhand could possibly have gained from this engagement. With Blackhand bringing a pretty decent buy into this one, we will have another gun round to decide whether it's match point for EMS Kids or a 12th for Blackhand. And hopefully in this second map of the Grand Finals, we get back into close game territory, because I do not want this to be a CT side criminal whitewash for the EMS Kids.
Yeah, so far they have really stomped this side out, no problem whatsoever, and it's interesting to see that the first round Blackhand are able to put on the board was in fact that half investment, the rounds which are a lot more unpredictable to read for the CT side. In this round we see Cypher with immediate aggression, and Moshi with some of his own once again having impact opens up round number 25, no problem whatsoever. And now a man disadvantage for Blackhand from the get-go. They've conceded all this map control already. Cypher with an immediate adjustment rips the head of Dexter clean off. And Jack B, continuing to force the issue, does not want to let Blackhand retake the space that Cypher was able to take from them. They know that they're pinned in, though, the Blackhand side. They head back towards this B side of the map, and realistically, everything is going against them in this situation. Their trading needs to be perfect. There needs to be someone on EMSKids that makes a mistake if Blackhand want to get back into this round.
But they're so encircled, as you said. They're just covering every angle on the CT side, and Moshi and Krives, they just bully Blackhand back from whence they came. And with that, well, we could very well be looking at the last round of play. It is going to be another bye for Blackhand up against that of the EMSKids. But 10 CT rounds with only a single round going against them. Blackhand, I mean, they've just not done enough here in my eyes, especially as Jack B's looking to find another top mid frag. Can he get this one over the line? You can see how terrified Dexter is of jumping back across and being the first to die in such a crucial round.
Yeah, good decision from Dexter there to just hold the line, wait for some space to be taken by his teammates before moving back into that angle. And Jack B knew he had him dead to rights, but an internal timer in his mind was saying, okay, he's getting close to me now. Maybe this is the time to back on away. Similar start to a round from the T side that we've seen before here with the hinge smoke coming out. Cypher feels a little bit pressured in middle here, in fact, and he's dumping utility off the back of it. The control, yeah, a good flash, but the control taken by the Blackhand side, it's very minimal so far. We can see we've got a lurking player in the form of Timo towards that long side. Long, of course, well in the hands of Joshua and his teammate in Cypher as well to help him out. And now Short in the hands of Blackhand.
Yeah, Blackhand, you can tell though, they're so unsure of what they need to do to break this defense of EMSKids, and Jack B has now been spotted towards the upper tunnels. This is information gained, but are they going to capitalize off of it? Oh, Jack B, my god, the timing is giving me anxiety as Moshi, no doubt dealing out his own bit of pain to the Blackhand side. The mental game is... Oh! It's going to be destroyed now with Jack B back in Joust there. The B bomb site instead has been taken. Bomb going down, and Timo, he's waiting for the swing. He will find the frag. It is now a 3v3 in EMSKids. This is not looking like the best scenario for them. No util left for this retake, and honestly, I call a save here that they're so confident in their own abilities that they're still putting pressure on the B bomb site.
Yeah, B bomb site on Dust 2, well known for being one of the hardest bomb sites in the entire game of Counter-Strike to retake, especially if you include the fact that they've got no utility. The boost is perfect as Cypher's able to deal with Dexter from the get-go. Krives on the late lurk through the tunnels on this retake has not been accounted for, but the time has been and gone already. Krives able to shut the door on Timo at the bare minimum to force rebuys. The economy is not the best for Blackhand considering that's a round one. They're not going to be able to get all the utility that they would perhaps like to get into the round, but now EMSKids are the ones whose economy is also in a tough spot.
Yeah, I was going to say, EMSKids far worse off from that engagement than Blackhand will be. Dexter does have to bring a Galil into the fray, but a lot of valuable utility missing here. Cypher doesn't have a kit coming into what could very well be the final round of a half, but with another pause coming in, it's just tensions rising through and through. Again, the LAN hall, I don't know if it's going to be them yelling at each other during this timeout or hushed silence. It could be one of the two. It's UKCS. It's hard to predict with these guys. But EMSKids, they definitely have the upper hand, but Blackhand, can they at least bag 2 rounds in a row on this T side? They haven't been able to do it so far, but this obviously needs to be the time where they pull it through. And, well, if they don't, we could be staring down the barrel of a very, very dominant EMSKids finish. As Moshi, oh, he's back at his antics again, fully blinded, but he starts to spray early. Does have a crossfire. Jack B finds the first. Joust there does go down. Fraser to trade. 3 versus 3. Cypher, like a madman, running through the smoke, doesn't push out all the way. Instead gets caught on the door. Dexter and Timo, they find a frag apiece. It's all down to Krives in the 1v2. He's going to smoke the door. Looks to attempt to push on into this site, but then stops towards the Molotov. They tick damage themselves underneath the window. Krives, he's still going for it, but Dexter, he shuts him down in the nick of time. And it's 15-13. Blackhand, they finally put 2 up on the board in a row. There is still still a competitive end to the second half.
This is going to full 30 rounds here, Sneaky. We've got a full eco coming out for the side of the Emps kids at this stage. And honestly, if Blackhand lose a round like this, they deserve to lose the finals, okay?
Yeah.
They cannot lose this one.
Oh, please, don't even talk about it, Icon. I don't want to think about losing to PT50 in a 5-7. I've seen it before, but not in a grand finals. Please, not in a grand finals.
I like what Blackhand have done, though. They've played as a 5, they've grouped up, and they've just walked their way into the B-bomb site. No issues whatsoever.
Great
Zulu
volley.
with a timed Molotov to deal with any potential lurking players coming through the underpass or the undertunnel or whatever you'd like to call it. And now they just look to at least do some damage here, the Emps kids. They're charging on through, putting the pressure on, bringing the pain, but the pain is all being delivered by the Blackhand boys as they put their 14th round on the board. And oh my lord, we may be seeing an overtime here in our second map.
Oh man, I mean, an overtime would be fitting. We had an overtime yesterday to decide whether Blackhand would even make it to this stage. And
Yes.
they did win that out 19-17, actually, with those all-important T-side rounds in the first overtime. And oh, Jack B, that's so unfortunate. Not the start you want to the final round of regulation. This could still go in the favor of Emps kids, but Blackhand have at least entered themselves that early on advantage. They also have the greater bank of utility in their back pocket. Emps kids cannot afford to let this one slip away. They fought so hard. That's 11 rounds on the CT side. Or at least it would be if they win this one. But Blackhand, oh man, they keep the pain, they keep the pressure, and Emps kids cannot afford to rest on their laurels, especially now that they've used most of their utility up with 1 minute and 15 seconds left to go.
One thing I'd like to note about this round from the Emps kids is that they've lost this aggressive play style that we've seen from them throughout the entirety of the CT side. Now, with the pressure on, backs against the wall, they've made an adjustment to how they want to play this one out. I imagine this is a call from Cypher, as he is obviously the most experienced player on this Emps kids lineup, and now we can see it looks to be the A split for the Blackhand boys as they edge their way up catwalk and long simultaneously. Cripes' position immediately cleared. Joshua isolated for the time being on this A bomb site, but a smoke dropped at his feet will keep them at bay for the time being. Cypher, the hero, once again, is able to get a kill onto Zulu, but his aggression traded by Fraser. Moshi through the smoke. Dexter with a huge trade. Still, we find ourselves in a 2 versus 2, and Jack B, of course, still so very low from the initial shot through the door from Dexter, and Dexter swapped himself out to an AK-47 as well, Sneaky.
Yeah, they're looking to claw this one back tooth and nail into an overtime, but Jack B, he finds Joust there. It's all up to Dexter now in the 1v1. Jack B, he's caught out alone towards long, lands the opening shot on towards Dexter, but Dexter with a swing.
God.
We're going to an overtime on map
God.
2, ladies and gents, as Blackhand, after an abysmal start to the T side, clutch things up. And oh my god, if they can do it again, and win those 3 opening T side rounds on the CT side of map, then who knows where we're going to be ending up. The Emps kids, they're not done fighting yet, obviously not. They've got the chance to fully reinvest here. They've got the chance to swing back into the lead, but my god, being denied the 30 rounder. Oh, Moshi is going to really be feeling the heat now.
Yeah, Dexter's hit that flick through the doors twice in a row now, really starting to show some confidence. But once again, Emps kids, they go back to the drawing board and the aggression comes back out. Cypher's pushed his way all the way up through middle and is wrapped behind them like a boa constrictor already. The side of Emps kids are pinching this Blackhand side into a corner on this B bomb site. Dexter, wise to the potential of this, does rotate back over, and he's spotted out Cypher. All the players on the Blackhand side run back to deal with the aggression here, and it's a very well reacted position for them. Jack B, though, continuing to keep up the aggression for the Emps kids side. He's holding the wrong angle, but he hits the flick onto Joust there. But it looks like Blackhand, they head their way back over towards this A bomb site. Jack B's well aware of it, though. Information handed over to that lone site defender in the form of Christ, but in fact he's not on the bomb site. He's in CT spawn, about to be isolated behind these smokes. Jack B's the one who's going to be called upon on the bomb site. and he misses the first opportunity. A good kill from Zulu, but traded back by the HE of Christ is a massive statement for them for now. The Molotov's going to burn down Timo to a little crisp. Both Fraser and Timo on basically no HP. Joshua with amazing trades, and Timo called upon in the 1 versus 2. Cannot get it done. Emps kids, they take the first round of overtime.
Yeah, Blackhand already denied their previous stature of those crucial 3 T-side rounds. And with Emps kids picking up that first, can they use this momentum to propel themselves forward? Blackhand have been on the back foot for a long time now. They've forgotten what it feels like to be in the lead. Yeah. And Emps kids continue to deny them that feeling as they keep mounting the pressure, keep Blackhand on the back foot, and keep them ticking on over until the half switch again. Dexter burning low, 59 HP as Zulu falls, and Timo's dealt with as well by Joshua and Kreitz. Nades rattle on in, but they've already fallen back into middle. Jack B, he's out in mid. He's waiting for this, and you're right, he's heard all the footsteps, but he's missed the jump, and so they turn around, but he still picks up the AWP. Cypher grabs one too. Jack B, he's struggling, but does go down to Jouster in the end. It's still only a 1v4. This would take a miracle for Jouster to pull off.
Yeah, a 1 versus 5, now a 1 versus 4 for Jouster, and there is no way he was going to be able to get anything done in that situation. Joshua, after he gets that final kill screen, immediately stops moving, and when you see that, you know for a fact he's on his feet, screaming at his opponents. These two teams are sat very close together, only a row apart in the LAN hall, so it's definitely the case that they're trying to get into each other's head all game long. Dexter once again called upon. This time round, can't hit the flick through the door. I guess you can't hit it every single round. Simple's not playing in this game right now. And, an opener for Timo this time, though. Aggression from Jack B gets the trade back in favour of that side. Jouster gets him, though, and able to take back the control that they originally lost is the Blackhand side.
Yeah, Blackhand for the first time had the man advantage, and also an opening frag. An opening frag is what they were missing from so many of these overtime plays. It buys them a bit of space, buys them a bit of time, as now the B-bomb site is wide open. There is no one on the Emps kids side here. They've gone for the gamble stack, but with the way Blackhand have slowed down to a grinding halt, I don't know whether they'll be going underpass or straight out onto the site, but straight out onto the site it looks as if they shall go, which will be a huge advantage for them. This should be the 16th round that Blackhand have been looking for a long time. A very elusive number, but it is also the last round of the first half of overtime. So Emps kids, they're going for this retake. Blackhand cannot afford to rest on their laurels, and by God Christ, incredibly speedy entry onto the site. Moshi follows suit, but it is now a 1v2 for Joshua. Very low HP player in Jouster, but it's not going to matter as it's Fraser to take the fight, Fraser to win the duel, and it's 17-16 to Emps kids, as they now lose the advantage of their favoured side and have to bring things back on the tee. 2 rounds required for a victory for Emps kids, or 2 required from Blackhand to take us to another overtime.
So crucial that Blackhand are able to pick up at least 1 round there on their T side, because if they had not, this would have been a shoe-in for Emps kids to take the map away in the first round of overtime. Now, we see aggression from Jack B towards Long. He's got the spawn and he's ahead of the Molotov. He continues to force the issue, but misses the adjustment onto Timo. A massive frag to pick up first by Timo on Long. Orpa taken out of the round, and Zulu with a shadow spotted. Dexter's able to deal with Moshi as well, and a great start to the CT side of Blackhand. Of course, we have to remember it was so long ago now, but they went 10-5 here on their CT side in the first half. Some trades back, though, in favour of the Emps kids side, and in fact, Cypher found 3 kills on Catwalk. Jouster now in a 1 versus 2 situation. What was essentially a 5 versus 2 is now a 1 versus 2, and this round has fallen apart in front of Blackhand's very own eyes.
Oh, not like this. I mean, I was going to make the point that Blackhand could still win in this half if they put all 3 on the board. But Jouster, oh my God, he finds Joshua. Oh, but Cypher with the flick across. My God, things just keep on heating up. Emps kids, they are now on match point and also series point for this grand finals. 1 more round required on their T side to pull things over the line. But before we get into the next round, another pause is called as Blackhand again, feeling the heat, feeling the pressure. There's bacon in that LAN hole, and it's fiery in the server.
Oh my lord, what a way for Blackhand to lose an advantage situation. Joustair does his absolute best, rips the head off of that Pit Orpa, and that's not a fight that is by any means easy to win whatsoever. He's absolutely owned him there, but unable to get the headshot on the site player. An incredible shot to hit for the AWP on the bomb site though, only being able to see the tippy top of Joustair's head. Oh, this looks like a fast play into the B bomb site. I wonder, will Joustair be prepared for this? He's good for one, but not a second. Fraser flashed off by utility for the time being, but they haven't expected him to be in this position. 2 massive kills, make it almost a third as he deals damage, but no kill. Cypher trades back, and Jack B's dealt with Zulu, already trying to get himself into a position on this retake. Bomb will be faked for the time being. They're expecting perhaps a bit of a contest from the remaining Blackhand players, but now they know they're safe. Smoke towards the door, Molotov in towards the window will keep the CT side at bay for the time being. We've got AWP versus AWP. M4 versus AK. Jack B holding the window angle, will shut down Dexter immediately, and Cypher closes the door on Blackhand's EPIC36 dreams. There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. EMPS Kids will be winning EPIC36's CSGO tournament. Commiserations to the Blackhand side, but a 2-0 fashion from the EMPS Kids. They have been dominant all tournament long, and after their performances this weekend, I don't think anyone's denying the raw talent of these 5 players.
Yeah, it was called Blackhand's event to lose, and well, they've only gone and done it. They took it to the overtime, but could not clinch things out. An incredible performance through and through from EMPS Kids, as much as they had an absolute mare in the opening half of Dust 2 there, despite it being their own map pick. They clutch up a 16-11, a 19-16, and it will be 2-0 in our grand finals here at EPIC 36. Now, Icon, we're going to wrap things up pretty soon because it has been a very long weekend of Counter-Strike. But before we go, do you want to just run us through the final 2 maps of this tournament?
Oh my god. See, my voice is going. You can tell it's the end of the weekend at this point. But yeah, we kicked things off with a massive start for the Blackhand boys on Vertigo. They take an incredible lead at the early stages. It does go a little bit back and forth to begin with, but then they find themselves in an 8-7 half, all things considered. When they swap sides, things got a little bit interesting. We had some very back and forth rounds. An incredible clutch as well by Dexter, 1 versus 4, AWP in hand. Nutty stuff. And when the individuals were called upon, they did show up at points, but just not consistently enough overall. A 16-11 victory for the EMPS Kids in that first match. Headed over to Dust 2, the map pick of the EMPS Kids. It started well for the Blackhand side. 10-5 at the half. They had a great showing on their CT side, but when things switched, oh my god, they fell by the wayside. We saw 8 straight rounds. 9 straight rounds
in a row.
Amazing.
They got to 14 to 10 at one point, I believe it was.
Yeah.
And yeah, finally, they wake up towards the end on the side of Blackhand. They bring us to 15-15, despite almost letting things slip away to Jack B on that A1S on long.
Yeah.
I believe it was Dexter on the side. No, Joustair on the side that he dinks on up. But yeah, Blackhand, they win the fight. They take us to an overtime, but then a solid CT start and a ridiculous stolen first T round for the side of EMPS Kids will net them enough strength to pull it over 19-16. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure that you've had enough of our rambling. I'm sure the production has as well. They've had enough of us the past couple of days. But yeah, before we round things out, obviously a massive shout out to the production guys sitting over there behind the camera. Much love to you guys. Snail Juice on the observation desk, and we got Daffyd doing the production, and yeah, everyone else who's been around, all the other casters. We got Cody, we got Jay from Valorant, which is not a word I thought I'd be saying.
Big B-Doggy Brandon spent his birthday here this weekend. Reaper Steve hopped on the cast as well. We've had a whole community event here. It's been such good vibes across the board. Of course, we love the competitiveness of the CSGO team, but when it's all said and done, we shake hands and we move on, and we are friends when the next event rolls round. And I'm very much looking forward to coming back for EPIC37, I believe, in October.
I would say it's Halloween weekend again.
Yes.
But yeah, that's going to be very exciting. But before we get too excited for that, let's make sure we get to the bar before it closes. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning in to the CSGO stream once again. And congratulations one more time to our winners. Commiserations to the runners-up of Black Hand. But yeah, Ems Kids, as I said, they'll be hitting the bar as well. They got a bit of prize money to splash. And on that note, it's been a fantastic event. And thank you to Epic Land for having us. I think we're going to wrap things up here.
Yep.
Have a wonderful rest of your weekend. Safe journey home to everyone here. And from myself, Sneaky Beaky, and the wonderful Icon, goodbye.
Hello, overclockers, and welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's APIC when you need him?
Party. Party. Party.
To the back.